Bon dia, buenos días, buongiorno, bonjour, good morning. Començarem l'obertura del 30è Fòrum de l'Associació de Museus Marítims de la Mediterrània. En primer lloc, dono la paraula a David Enyola, president de l'associació.
Gràcies. Buongiorno, dobro jutro, good morning, bonjour, günaydın, kalimera y bom dia. Contents de ser aquí en Catalunya. Welcome to all. I'm very happy to meet you again here in Catalonia, in Spain. And thank you to the colleagues and municipalities of San Feliu and La Scala to host our forum. We are a lot, and we have here again some friends since some years, so we are happy now in a special way. It is important, I think, to be here again in Catalonia because here we have our official seat, but above all here we have many friends and colleagues. We have important little or quite little museums and one big important museum in Barcelona. And I think also this is the key to understand our association, that is above all a real network of people, of colleagues, of friends, of museums, sharing ideas, opportunities, and maybe also some problems. And I think also that AMM is important for us to give us the motivation to continue our important work on maritime heritage. And okay, I think that this will be an important forum also because we will have the election of the president in our assembly in La Scala, and we have some things to speak about in our association, but this is also the starting of our forum, and so I think this is the time now to leave the floor to the speakers of our forum. Thank you.
Grazie Davide.
A continuació tindrà la paraula en representació de la ciutat, no, de l'Escala, el regidor de Patrimoni Cultural, Martí Guinart.
Moltes gràcies, alcalde, director general de Patrimoni, regidors, autoritats, directores i directors de museus, amics i amigues. En primer lloc, permeteu-me demanar disculpes en nom de l'alcalde de l'Escala, que per motius d'agenda i d'urgències avui no ens pot acompanyar. És però un gran plaer per part meva ser avui aquí participant en la presentació d'aquest 30è Fòrum de Museus de la Mediterrània, que vull aprofitar per felicitar a totes les persones que any rere any han fet possible aquest esdeveniment. 3 dècades d'història no són poca cosa. També vull agrair-vos sincerament que hàgiu vingut a visitar-nos a casa nostra, a la Costa Brava, a l'Empordà, a Catalunya. Esperem uns dies d'activitat intensa que culminaran amb la Festa de la Sal a l'Escala, que enguany arriba a la 28a edició. Una festa que, com aquest fòrum, arrela en la tradició i alhora mira cap al futur. Durant aquests dies coneixereu de prop els nostres pobles i museus, compartireu experiències i coneixements i, com ha passat en totes les edicions anteriors, ens enriquirem plegats. El patrimoni marítim que compartim serà un cop més el fil conductor, un eix per continuar aprenent, per enfortir vincles entre les ribes del Mediterrani i també per projectar-nos cap endavant. Aquest fòrum vol ser un espai per repensar el paper dels nostres museus en un món que canvia ràpidament, per reivindicar el valor de la memòria marítima i per reforçar la seva vigència en la societat actual. Estem convençuts que aquestes jornades en sorgiran noves idees, noves complicitats i nous projectes que donaran continuïtat a aquesta gran xarxa de col·laboració que ens uneix més enllà de fronteres. Benvinguts i moltes gràcies. Ara farem anglès. I will do it in English now. Mr. Mayor, Director General of Heritage, councillors, authorities, museum directors, friends. First of all, let me apologize on behalf of the Mayor of La Scala, who unfortunately cannot be with us today due to his schedule and urgency. It is, however, a great pleasure to be here and to take part in the presentation of the 30th Forum of the Mediterranean Maritime Museums. I would like to congratulate all those who, year after year, have made this event possible. 3 decades of history are no small achievement. I also want to sincerely thank you for visiting us here in our home in the Costa Brava, in the Empordà, in Catalonia. You now have ahead of you several days of intense activity that will culminate in the Salt Festival, La Festa de la Sal, in La Scala, this year celebrating its 28th edition. A festival that, like this forum, is deeply rooted in tradition while looking firmly into the future. Over these days, you will discover our towns and our museums. You will share knowledge and experiences, and as in all previous editions, we will all grow richer together. This maritime heritage we share will once again be the common thread, a foundation for learning, for strengthening the bonds across the Mediterranean shores, and also for looking ahead. This forum is meant to be a space to rethink the role of our museums in a rapidly changing world, to reaffirm the value of a maritime memory and to highlight its relevance in today's society. We are convinced that these days will bring new ideas, new partnerships and new projects that will give continuity to this great network of collaboration that unites us beyond borders. Welcome and thank you very much.
Té la paraula ara la senyora Sílvia Llach, en representació de la Universitat de Girona, com a vicerectora de Territori i Compromís Social.
Gràcies. Sí, bon dia. Bon dia a totes i a tots. És que projectarem en anglès el que jo estic dient en català. Era per això, esperem uns segons. Bon dia a totes i a tots, regidor, director general, alcalde, president, totes les persones que sou organitzadors, participants, ponents. Com a representant del rector de la Universitat de Girona, em plau molt participar en aquesta sessió inaugural i ho celebro per diversos motius que ens connecten amb aquest fòrum. El fòrum i la universitat, si parlem de missió, de funció, tenen el focus en el coneixement, en l'educació i en la sostenibilitat. Com a vicerectora de Territori i Compromís Social, amb equips de persones, hem vetllat perquè aquesta Agenda 2030 i els seus objectius de desenvolupament sostenible formin part de l'educació reglada i no reglada dels joves de la nostra comunitat. I també treballem perquè el coneixement que es genera a la universitat arribi al territori, a la societat, de maneres diverses. En comentarem alguna breument. Per exemple, la nostra universitat, la Universitat de Girona, figura entre les 200 primeres universitats del món en un llistat de més de 2.000 que es preocupen per mantenir els objectius de desenvolupament sostenible. És en el rànquing internacional d'Impact. És una valoració que posa de relleu el compromís que tenim amb aquesta sostenibilitat ambiental, econòmica i social. La frase del fòrum Navegar cap a un futur sostenible, que el guia, també es podria aplicar a la universitat. Tenim la missió de preservar la cultura, el patrimoni, d'una manera activa. Generem nou coneixement, mobilitzant-lo cap al futur. Eduquem les persones per respectar aquest món, aquest mar. I sobretot, tramem una xarxa entre entitats, institucions diverses que tenim una finalitat comuna i ens beneficiem els uns dels altres. D'això nosaltres en diem compromís comunitari, community engagement, o potser segurament per això vosaltres poseu el nom de fòrum a aquesta trobada. Aquesta connexió entre el fòrum i la universitat es pot veure també, per exemple, per la presència en les ponències i les comunicacions de membres de la comunitat universitària gironina. Un nou exemple de connexió i de compromís comunitari de la Universitat de Girona són les 52 càtedres territorials que tenim escampades en tota la regió, en tota la demarcació, més enllà de les nostres aules. Són càtedres de tot tipus, que abracen una gran varietat de temàtiques i d'interessos, que existeixen perquè hi ha un acord amb ajuntaments, amb fundacions, amb empreses, amb entitats, amb institucions. M'agradaria destacar-ne breument 3, per la relació que mantenen amb els municipis on es desenvolupa aquest fòrum i també per una característica comuna, estan lligades estretament a museus. Hi ha, per exemple, la Càtedra d'Estudis Marítims, que ara celebra els 25 anys, que té a veure justament amb la creació del Museu de la Pesca de Palamós. També parlo de la Càtedra Martí Casals, de Medicina i Salut en l'àmbit rural, que podríem dir que viu en aquest museu, que es va crear juntament amb l'Ajuntament de Sant Feliu també fa 20 anys. I també de la Càtedra Víctor Català d'Estudis sobre el Modernisme, que viu o té seu a l'Escala, justament, i està relacionada amb el Museu de l'Escala, amb l'Alfolí de la Sal, un tema més de literatura, però també una càtedra. Aquestes càtedres de la UDG, fins a 53, existeixen perquè hi ha un territori dinàmic que reclama que la universitat s'impliqui en la vida del territori. També avui suposo que aquests 30 anys del fòrum existeixen perquè hi ha un altre espai que reclama atenció, resposta, coneixement, respecte, complicitat, la Mediterrània, el mar. S'ha publicat fa poc la versió catalana d'un llibre magnífic sobre el mar, es diu Breviari Mediterrani, de Predrag Matvejevic. L'autor, que fa un viatge cultural a través de les seves aigües, avui tacades per la sang de la intolerància i el menyspreu, pel dolor amarg també d'una Palestina anorreada, diu que els savis consideraven que el Mediterrani s'estenia fins allà on creixien oliveres, figueres i palmeres. I afegia que per aquí passaven i es trobaven les rutes de l'oli i del vi, dels cereals i les espècies, de la seda i de l'ambre, del saber i de la ciència. Que Europa i que tot això es va gestar al Mediterrani. Aquest és el nostre mar, bressol de la civilització, o com diu ell mateix, un mosaic de cultures. Els museus, el saber, la universitat, les ajunten i ens ajunten. Que aquest mar, que és i ha generat sempre un món ple de vida, no sigui un llit de mort. Tornem a l'inici, doncs, coneixement, educació de les persones, sostenibilitat, respecte pel planeta, pel mar. Som part de tot això. Que tingueu un molt bon fòrum i enhorabona per aquestes 30 edicions. Moltes gràcies.
Té la paraula ara el senyor Joaquim Borràs, director general de Patrimoni Cultural de la Generalitat de Catalunya.
Sí, gràcies. Alcalde de Sant Feliu de Guíxols, regidor de l'Escala, vicerrectora de la Universitat de Girona, president de l'Associació de Museus Marítims de la Mediterrània, amigues i amics, molt bon dia. Avui ens trobem en aquest espai privilegiat que és el monestir de Sant Feliu de Guíxols en ocasió de la 30a edició del Fòrum del Patrimoni Marítim de la Mediterrània. És per mi realment un honor participar en aquest fòrum, un espai de trobada que recorda que la cultura és, com el mar, oberta, dinàmica i compartida. Parlar de patrimoni marítim és parlar de la nostra identitat com a pobles mediterranis, de la nostra història compartida i de la relació que les comunitats han mantingut amb el mar al llarg dels segles. La pesca, el comerç, les tècniques de navegació i tradicions immaterials, la mar ha estat i és una font de vida, de coneixement i d'imaginació. I per transmetre aquest llegat a les generacions futures, els museus marítims són institucions fonamentals. Preservem vaixells, eines i documents, però també memòries, sabers i experiències. Els museus marítims són espais que fan dialogar patrimoni material i immaterial, ciència i cultura, passat i futur. La seva tasca és imprescindible per entendre que el patrimoni marítim no és un element estàtic, sinó un llegat viu que ens ajuda a respondre als reptes del present i ens pot orientar cap a un futur més sostenible. Aquests dies reflexionareu sobre la dimensió global i transversal del patrimoni marítim. És molt més que la conservació. Com ara s'ha comentat, és educació, salut, cultura i innovació. En aquest sentit, la tasca dels museus marítims s'alinea plenament amb els objectius de desenvolupament sostenible. El compromís amb la cultura com a pilar de la sostenibilitat és avui inajornable. La UNESCO i les Nacions Unides han posat de relleu que no hi ha desenvolupament sostenible sense cultura i que els drets culturals són part indestriable dels drets humans. Accedir a la cultura, preservar-la, transmetre-la, és un dret de totes les persones i totes les comunitats. Avui més que mai hem de defensar el dret col·lectiu a garantir, interpretar i participar de la cultura. I els museus, en especial els marítims, són laboratoris privilegiats per fer-ho possible. Des de la recerca fins a l'educació, des de la conservació fins a la innovació digital, ens ajuden a garantir que el nostre patrimoni marítim segueix sent viu i significatiu per les generacions futures. Vull agrair, doncs, la tasca de preservació i difusió de cadascun de vosaltres. Des de cada museu, cada comunitat i cada territori feu el patrimoni marítim. Permeteu-me, doncs, acabar amb una imatge. El patrimoni cultural és com una carta de navegació. Sense ella, correm el risc de perdre el rumb. Amb ella podem avançar amb seguretat cap a un futur més just, més inclusiu i més sostenible. Moltes gràcies.
Clourà aquesta primera part d'obertura del fòrum el senyor Carles Motes, alcalde de Sant Feliu de Guíxols i diputat a la Diputació de Girona.
Molt bon dia a tothom. Let me welcome you all to this forum and to the city. We are also very honored to host this forum. I would like to thank all my colleagues here at the table because their commitment to this forum and also to the cultural events we do in the city is also very relevant. I would like to welcome you all, representative professionals and thinkers, and also these cultural leaders that we all gather here together in our town in Sant Feliu de Guíxols. For us, we hope this forum will be a place for dialogue, inspiration, and also collaboration. I would like to remark this word collaboration because this is also that we're trying to do in 11 in this city, and also I would like to be grateful to the city of La Scala for this collaboration we have with them. And also we're building a net of collaboration with different cities. And also the Mediterranean museums is a chance for us to build this net and also the relation with different countries. We're a small city, but we are very ambitious, and we would like to collaborate with all the friends in the Mediterranean area. That's a very good chance today. So that's why we hope this forum will be this chance for you, this chance for meeting, this chance also and for collaboration, and we hope we can meet again some time later. And would like you to invite, I want to take a chance to invite you to enjoy your city, that you may work here all day, but you may have also some spaces for enjoying the city and our hospitality. Thank you all, and hope you enjoy the forum. Thank you. Els catalans suposo que ho seguiu, no hi ha problema, no?
Moltíssimes gràcies, doncs, per l'obertura. Si voleu, ara ja passarem i demanarien els dos primers, no? El senyor Josep Melcior Muñoz, no? Com a regidor de Patrimoni Cultural, i el director del Museu Marítim de Barcelona, l'Enric Garcia. Sí que abans m'agradaria presentar on som. first communication, I would like to show you a bit of our museum, the History Museum of Sant Feliu de Guíxols. Podeu mirar des d'aquí o... Bé, benvinguts tots. M'agradaria també fer una salutació als representants institucionals a nivell local, provincial, als membres de la Junta de l'Associació de Museus Marítims, investigadors, experts de museus, àrees d'educació, professionals vinculats a la difusió de la vela llatina, Junta dels Amics del Museu. Justificar una mica doncs, que en aquest fòrum se sentirà la llengua catalana perquè és una llengua doncs, com les altres que ens ajuda a comunicar-nos, i pensàvem juntament amb el Museu de l'Escala que no calia no utilitzar la nostra llengua. És una llengua doncs, que parlada per gairebé 10 milions de persones al món, amb estatus oficial doncs, en l'estat espanyol a Andorra, parlada però sense oficialitat als estats francesos i italià, i si l'anglès fou la primera llengua a Viquipèdia, la segona en fou el català. Per tant, combinarem les llengües i ens entendrem. Llavors, simplement explicar-vos que estem situats a la Costa Brava, en el centre de la Costa Brava, que treballem molt conjuntament amb altres dos municipis de la Vall d'Aro, Santa Cristina d'Aro i Castell-Platja d'Aro-Segaró, en què formem una subcomarca, i que aquest museu, creat fa més de 100 anys, doncs, es defineix com una entitat especialitzada en la recerca, protecció i divulgació del ric patrimoni de Sant Feliu de Guíxols, sigui immoble i arqueològic, moble i immaterial. Ara mateix doncs, estem treballant amb la seu de l'antic hospital, des d'on surten moltes rutes i molts punts d'interès, perquè és un museu obert a tot el patrimoni de la ciutat. Sí que nosaltres, les nostres col·leccions i accions, sobretot, tenim dos focus. Un seria la Societat i Memòria al litoral de la Costa Brava. No m'allargaré gaire, però igual que tenim aquest patrimoni únic a la Mediterrània, que és l'estació, el conjunt de l'estació de salvament de nàufrags, doncs ens interessa treballar tot aquest patrimoni de manera que serveixi també com a, pels nous creadors, doncs, un punt de partida per rellegir-lo i crear noves formes a partir de les pràctiques tradicionals. I en aquest sentit doncs, ho fem, per exemple, doncs, a través de seminaris com el de l'Escola Massana de Ceràmica Negra, amb la Universitat de Llemotges, dins del context de la Universitat Europea d'Oficis i d'Arts, o amb una iniciativa puntual que potser ara mateix en l'actualitat hi ha possibilitats de continuar de manera reglada, amb tallers de mestre d'aixa, juntament amb el que encara ara mateix és un taller de mestre d'aixa a Sant Feliu de Guíxols, l'herència de Ramon Gall. Aquí seria una mica la nostra posició en la ciutat, amb les diferents seus, i aquesta seria la que visitarem, we'll visit in the afternoon, l'estació local de salvament de nàufrags amb el seu conjunt a dins i embarcació. Un altre del focus són les pràctiques de salut. Aquí doncs, nosaltres volem ser un espai de referència en aquest camp i a part d'aquesta unió de municipalitats a nivell de Vall d'Aro podem, doncs, com hem dit abans, comptar amb la càtedra de la Universitat de Girona, així com formar part de l'Observatori d'Etnologia de Catalunya. Aquest és la nostra seu principal, actualment amb obres, amb l'interior, que és el Jardí Botànic, que aquest any ha entrat a formar part d'un itinerari catalogat a nivell europeu, com jardins medicinals i farmàcies històriques. algunes de les exposicions que hem fet en l'antic hospital de la temàtica de salut. I llavors el que sí que m'agradaria comentar és que arran de que serà impossible perquè està tancat per restauració, doncs ens agradaria en 2 minuts mostrar-vos una exposició de caire de llarga durada, no en diem permanent, és de llarga durada, amb la qual també vàrem tenir una participació de molta gent de Sant Feliu amb una processó que vàrem fer d'objectes des del monestir cap a la nova seu. Llavors sí que m'agradaria ara posar un moment aquesta petita filmació que té una duració de 2 mints. No sé si se sent. Un moment. Una societat canviant és la primera gran exposició permanent en aquesta nova seu de l'antic hospital. Oferim al visitant una anàlisi d'aquest lloc que és Sant Feliu de Guíxols i com aquestes famílies al llarg d'aquests segles han anat vivint, han anat treballant en aquest lloc.
L'exposició Una societat canviant l'hem dividida en diferents apartats. En aquest cas, el primer apartat l'hem dedicat al mar, que va ser la primera economia que hi va haver a Sant Feliu, i ho hem subdividit en 3 apartats, un dedicat a la pesca, un altre al mestre d'aixa o construcció de vaixells, i l'últim a la navegació. Aquesta principal indústria econòmica, doncs, a principis de segle es va transformar en la indústria surera, i aquí va haver una primera immigració que va ajudar a fer créixer Sant Feliu i a la indústria del suro. Aquesta indústria del suro hem dividit l'exposició en 2 apartats, en aquest cas un dedicat als obrers, un altre dedicat a la nova burgesia, amb una altra immigració burgesa que va arribar a Sant Feliu procedent del centre d'Europa. I ja posteriorment l'economia de Sant Feliu torna a canviar, en aquest cas passa a ser l'economia del turisme i rep una altra nova onada migratòria que s'explica que ve del sud d'Europa.
Pensem que pot ser interessant pel públic aquesta exposició perquè fem emergir una mica aquesta societat que ha anat creant un tarannà, una identitat pròpia. Dono la paraula a Josep Balció Muñoz, regidor de Patrimoni Cultural i primer tinent d'alcalde.
Moltes gràcies, bon dia, bonjour, good morning. Bé, la Sílvia ha fet una introducció, els que m'han precedit també han situat l'activitat que avui s'inicia i el que en aquests moments crec que és oportú posar sobre la taula, atès que estem en un fòrum sobre museus marítims, és que aquesta Mediterrània avui no està en pau. I per tant jo crec que vull deixar constància de que quan s'està produint un genocidi a les costes de la Mediterrània, amb un acte com aquest se n'ha de deixar constància. Dit això, i amb el permís de la persona que ens presentarà la seva ponència d'introducció en aquest fòrum, a l'Enric Garcia, agrair-li primer que ens pugui introduir en el seu coneixement i el seu treball, que és molt i divers, i especialment com a director no del Museu Marítim de Barcelona, sinó del Museu Marítim, jo crec, a nivell europeu. Jo crec que això és important, el treball que ha fet el Marítim, i a més un treball que ha fet el Marítim que vull també posar de manifest, que sempre ha estat al costat dels altres museus, i en el cas de la nostra ciutat, per la sort que hem tingut de col·laboració, avui podran visitar el Salvament amb un bot d'època que justament va estar restaurat en el Museu Marítim fa ja alguns anys, que alguns en aquest cas encara recordem, però deixem-ho estar. El que sí que és important és la presència de l'Enric Garcia. Ell és una persona molt coneixedora de tot el que fa referència al museu, a la funció del museu, tot el tema, evidentment, de museu marítim, tot allò que té a veure amb en aquest cas, amb el Pailabot Santa Eulàlia, que és una de les peces emblemàtiques d'aquest museu i que ell també ha descrit en tots els seus treballs, els seus articles, etc. Però també deixeu-me que posi èmfasi amb la voluntat que té com a responsable del museu de que temes que fins i tot podríem dir que han estat tabú, doncs els posi sobre la taula en una de les darreres exposicions que fa referència, sota el títol de la infàmia, la participació catalana en l'esclavisme colonial, una assignatura pendent. Jo crec que això és bo valorar-ho, perquè vol dir que els museus són vius i que els museus es preocupen d'allò que realment està succeint o que ha succeït històricament i que per diverses circumstàncies ens hem fet veure que no havia passat. Jo crec que aquesta capacitat de posar a l'abast de la ciutadania en un indret com és el Museu Marítim de Barcelona, a les Drassanes, tot el pes que té això, però posar-ho a l'abast de la ciutadania, jo crec que això s'ha d'agrair en aquest cas a la direcció del museu i a l'Enric en particular. Per tant, Enric, jo crec que el que ens convé és, a part d'escoltar-me a mi, és escoltar-te a tu, que ets la persona que hi entén, i agrair-te un cop més la participació, i a tots vostès, sobretot, intentem que la nostra veu no s'ofegui en aquest Mediterrani i que puguem aturar d'alguna manera aquest genocidi que s'està produint a Palestina. Moltes gràcies.
One moment.
The idea is that I prepare a kind of, yes, okay, thank you. I have prepared some kind of speech, reflection about our profession or situation. I will read it in Catalan, but you have here the text, not the full text, in bad English, of course, but I think that this could be enough for you to understand. I hope that you like it. We have time to discuss during these days, but the idea is that I would like to do an introduction not only to this session today, but also to the forum in general. So, no, bueno, sí, jo el que vull fer és prendre una mica l'oportunitat d'introduir aquesta sessió per parlar no només dels ODS de qualitat, ara tocaria parlar d'educació, tot i que la meva reflexió té a veure sobretot amb el nostre paper com a educadors. La primera idea és que no hem d'oblidar que l'AM, la nostra associació, és sobretot una associació de professionals de museus. La major part de nosaltres som persones que ens dediquem a la museologia i, per tant, aquest és un fòrum professional on interessa que dediquem un espai a la reflexió. Al final, tots parlem contínuament del que és el patrimoni marítim És gairebé un mantra, patrimoni marítim, patrimoni marítim, patrimoni marítim, però de tant en tant ens hem d'aturar, deixar una mica a la feina nostra del cada dia i fer una petita pensada, una reflexió sobre el món que ens està rodejant. A veure si funciona això. Vale. He posat com a títol d'aquesta presentació aquesta idea de la ceguesa marítima, que és un concepte robat o prestat d'altres disciplines, que és un concepte que té a veure sobretot amb la idea de les societats que desconeixen totalment, ignoren totalment i moltes vegades menyspreen totalment el que és el món marítim. De vegades amb una percepció de que el mar només interessa a les comunitats marítimes i als ports i no a la societat en general. Per tant, és molt important veure que aquesta idea de la ceguesa marítima que utilitzen sobretot en el camp de la geoestratègia o de la seguretat, també nosaltres la podem aplicar amb el que és el patrimoni marítim. D'alguna manera la definició més fàcil és aquesta de que la ceguesa marítima és la incapacitat d'una societat per apreciar el valor real dels elements marítims a la comunitat, siguin en el passat, en el present o en el futur. Això és molt important perquè al final el nostre medi i la nostra missió és precisament reivindicar aquesta importància de la cosa marítima. Està clar que per nosaltres el mar és fonamental en qualsevol aspecte, fins i tot quan no sempre veiem la connexió. Per nosaltres és molt clar, treballem en museus marítims, el mar està aquí, la vida marítima, les embarcacions, els professionals, però hi ha molta gent que viu a l'interior, que viu en llocs on el mar fins i tot a vegades és difícil d'entendre o de concebre, però en canvi ningú escapa de l'efecte del mar ni del que passa al mar. Per tant, no veure això, aquesta ceguesa marítima, és una mena de malaltia que impedeix veure la realitat. Una societat que pateix aquesta ceguesa marítima, de fet, està condemnada a l'error i al fracàs. En aquest context, el patrimoni marítim és un instrument fonamental precisament per lluitar contra aquesta ceguesa. Aquesta ceguesa és un fet del passat, també ho és en el present, i el que volem és que no ho sigui en el futur. Per tant, tot i que aquesta ceguesa afecta a tots els àmbits de la vida, per nosaltres és una alarma, és un toc d'atenció i per això estem aquí. Sense això la nostra societat té una visió de les coses que està d'alguna manera limitada i és pobra. Aquí és on entrem nosaltres, com a professionals del museu. Aquí tenim un rol, tenim un paper molt important a jugar i a més tenim una gran oportunitat. Tota la meva xerrada, la meva intervenció, veureu que en certa manera és des d'un to optimista, també per encoratjar-nos a fer un salt endavant, però en realitat aquest problema de la ceguesa marítima per nosaltres és una gran oportunitat perquè podem ser en certa manera una part de la solució. Als museus marítims nosaltres mirem el que passa a terra, el que passa al mar, tenim una visió moltes vegades molt oberta, o l'hauríem de tenir, i per tant tenim una capacitat d'entendre el món que no tenen altres museus o altres comunitats. Per tant, la meva intervenció és una crida a donar un pas endavant, sortir del nostre rol curatorial de preservar patrimoni, de preservar col·leccions, deixem les col·leccions al museu i sortim nosaltres com a persones, com a professionals, a donar la cara i a explicar històries i a donar punts de vista diferents. Per tant, nosaltres hem de prendre una actitud més activa i més orientada a influir a la societat. Intentaré anar una mica més ràpid perquè jo xerro molt i de vegades el temps se'n va. La idea és que nosaltres tenim les habilitats, tenim l'experiència I tenim la creativitat i moltes vegades també la valentia. Amb tot això, el que és sobretot una qüestió de posicionar-nos. Com a professionals dels museus hem de decidir què volem ser. Què volem ser? No tenir cura del patrimoni. Això és la nostra missió, ens paguen per això. Està molt bé, però a part d'això volem ser alguna cosa més. Volem tenir una rellevància social, volem tenir importància, volem aportar alguna cosa. Llavors necessitem autoconfiança, necessitem audàcia, haurien de ser els nostres lemes. Ja veieu la frase clàssica, la fortuna audaz es juvat. Hem de ser valents, hem de ser realment agosarats i volem que la societat ens necessiti. Els museus marítims hem de ser necessaris per la societat, si no acabem sent una curiositat. Som rellevants i ho volem ser. Per tant, volem impactar la societat, si no estem condemnats a ser unes organitzacions grises sense cap tipus de rellevància. La història marítima i els museus marítims també hem estat moltes vegades en una posició perifèrica del que és la història. D'alguna manera hem arribat a ser gairebé com a curiositat davant del que és la història en majúscules. Llavors això d'alguna manera ha de canviar, perquè, com jo dic aquí, espero que s'entengui, nosaltres, els museus marítims, i és la meva opinió, estem situats en la millor posició per parlar de la història global, per parlar d'allò que inclou qualsevol aspecte de la humanitat. Estem en una posició molt millor que qualsevol altre tipus de museu. Llavors, dintre de tot això hi ha algunes coses, alguns elements que són importants de cara al futur, com ens posicionem davant de la societat. He posat diferents exemples que passaré molt ràpid. Un primer que tots compartim, que és una tendència en tots els museus marítims importants del món, i tots els que estem aquí som museus marítims importants d'una forma o d'altra, és la mirada cap a l'oceà. Per nosaltres el mar ha estat l'escenari on passen coses. Nosaltres naveguem per sobre del mar, pesquem al mar, vivim al mar i construïm barcos perquè baixin al mar. Però la mar, l'oceà, l'aigua, mai ha estat un objectiu d'estudi per nosaltres i mai valorem quin és l'efecte de la nostra activitat sobre el mar. Per tant, sortim una mica de la visió historicista i més antropològica i hem de començar a adoptar visions que venen de les ciències naturals. No és fàcil, a tots ens costa, a mi el primer, però és una de les línies de treball que tots, d'una manera o altra, estem fent. Pensem diferents exemples, us he posat alguns exemples de coses que poden ser interessants pels nostres museus, tot i que siguin locals. Parlem de la invasió d'espècies marítimes. Cada dia veiem als diaris com la pròpia geografia, el món que coneixem està canviant, territoris que desapareixen, rutes que no existien i que ara existiran i canviaran la forma de relacionar la humanitat amb el mar, espais que desapareixen pel canvi climàtic, costes que ja no podem reconèixer perquè estan totalment transformades. L'amenaça, que és un tema molt interessant i tots els que estem aquí ens tocarà, per desgràcia, i ens afectarà tot, és l'amenaça, hi ha projectes internacionals per tractar aquesta amenaça dels abocaments de petroli, de productes químics, de municions, de vaixells de les diferents guerres mundials, o en el cas d'Espanya de la Guerra Civil. Aquest és uns exemples. Hem de mirar també l'oceà com un tot, de les aigües interiors, als rius, qualsevol espai on hi ha aigua, per nosaltres hauria de ser un tot. Separar marítim, separar fluvial, que de vegades és un error que cometem, és una distinció, és una etiqueta que haurien de tancar. I també, més important, la visió històrica i antropològica pot aportar coses importants a una visió purament ecologista o de ciències naturals. Sabem com hem arribat a aquest punt, coneixem la història, coneixem les formes de treball que han provocat problemes climàtics, tenim una veu que pot explicar històries interessants. Això és un element natural a la nostra feina, però jo us vull proposar una altra lectura. Si la nostra societat necessita recuperar coses del passat, perquè són valuoses, no simplement per conservar coses antigues com eren en el passat. La nostra humanitat actual està amenaçada per tot això que ho poso, la deshumanització, el capitalisme salvatge, la tirania de la intel·ligència artificial, perillosíssima també per nosaltres que treballem en patrimoni, la veiem com una ajuda, però realment pot ser una de les grans amenaces, les fake news, el problema de la manca de la que seria en català diríem l'analfabetisme funcional, societats que cada vegada llegeixen menys, no entenen el que llegeixen i per tant són més incultes, i una sèrie d'amenaces. Nosaltres com a museus marítims i nosaltres com a professionals estem en un punt magnífic per poder fer d'alguna manera de salvaguardes i de guardians d'aquestes sabidories que hem de preservar. Hi ha un altre concepte que és aquest de les Blue Humanities. Al final és tot el que estem fent en el camp de la història, de l'art, de l'antropologia sobre el món marítim, donem-li una etiqueta que ens ajuda també a comunicar. I quan diem comunicar també diem educar, que al final és el tema que ens ocupa avui, l'educació. Per tant, les humanitats, les Blue Humanities, és un concepte que és interessant. Fixeu-vos, aquí us he escrit, una immensa majoria de la humanitat viu prop de l'aigua i en canvi el desconeixement sobre el mar i la història marítima i la cultura marítima és absolutament brutal. Per tant, nosaltres tenim una feina a fer, nosaltres aquí tenim un repte, tenim d'alguna manera una oportunitat. Per tant, el que nosaltres podem fer és contribuir a que la societat miri el mar des d'una perspectiva que agrupi també les humanitats. És un altre repte. Només com un exemple, nosaltres hem oblidat que en certa manera l'inici de la consciència ecològica neix al segle XV i al segle XVI amb els primers viatges europeus per donar la volta a l'Àfrica i anar cap a l'Àsia, quan es comença a veure l'impacte de l'activitat humana sobre altres espais. Es descobreix que quan tu viatges causes un efecte en altres territoris. Per tant, hi ha un inici de consciència ecològica. Després hi ha un redescobriment del mar des d'un punt de vista científic i humanístic, i ara nosaltres, com a museus marítims, estem al lloc perfecte per poder agafar aquest coneixement i aquestes necessitats i aquestes humanitats blaves i aplicar-les a les societats que estan al nostre entorn i a les que estan lluny també. Per això és molt important que nosaltres contribuïm a construir aquesta mirada humanística i més global. Del tema de l'economia blava parlaré molt poc. És una etiqueta que ara està de moda, tot és economia blava. Qualsevol cosa que passi a prop de l'aigua és economia blava i tot és meravellós, tot és progrés, però en realitat la cultura queda sempre una mica lluny o absent. Per tant, aquesta etiqueta de la Blue Economy és un dels grans temes que hauríem d'anar parlant amb el nostre fòrum. Una altra idea, el mar com un espai sense fronteres. Un dels temes que es comença a parlar i que serà necessari parlar és d'alguna manera recuperar la imatge de les societats prèvies als estats-nacions, quan la gent es movia i es relacionava entre pobles, comunitats, famílies, persones, però no hi havia una frontera administrativa clara que deia tu ara ets francès, tu ara ets espanyol, o tu ara ets italià, o ara ets eslovè. Hi havia un món previ on les comunitats marítimes es movien d'una altra manera. La història marítima només plantejada com la suma d'històries nacionals planteja molts perills. Ara mateix estem pràcticament, si no estem ja en guerra, estem a punt d'entrar en una guerra, com ha comentat abans la persona que m'ha presentat, a Gaza hi ha problemes, al nord d'Àfrica hi ha problemes, a tot arreu hi ha problemes. Nosaltres podem fer una contribució intentant aportar una mirada molt més àmplia, que no sigui tan nacional, tan limitada a fronteres, i buscar aquelles coses que sempre, amb el món marítim, han permès que una persona de Palamós es relacioni amb una altra persona d'Oran o a una persona de Granada o a una persona de Trieste, compartint una sensació, una idea de comunitat marítima, sense necessitar un passaport, que el passaport és un invent relativament recent. Llavors, penso que els museus marítims ens poden ajudar a passar d'aquest nosaltres en petit, la nostra comunitat, a un nosaltres en gran. És una aportació que podem fer també des d'aquest punt de vista d'alguna manera de buscar espais de pau i de convivència. El Mediterrani és un espai que s'ha de reinterpretar i revisar contínuament, afortunadament. És una gran sort que la Mediterrània sigui tan complicada, tan convulsa, de vegades tan violenta fins i tot, però en realitat és un espai que sempre està en construcció. El que nosaltres veiem ara i el que veuran els nostres fills d'aquí 20 anys serà un Mediterrani força diferent. Per tant, nosaltres tenim també aquí una feina important com a museus marítims per contribuir a determinar dintre de la Mediterrània què és memòria, què és identitat o què és història. Ja no podem ser neutrals, acumulant només objectes del passat, sinó que hem de ser molt actius a l'hora d'interpretar-los i fer-nos també moltes preguntes per construir una cultura mediterrània que vagi més enllà dels tòpics del que tots diem i llegim als llibres. També el Mediterrani és una suma de conflictes i de cultures. Nosaltres moltes vegades pensem, lògicament, en el passat. Però què està passant ara quan estan arribant a Europa, sobretot a l'Europa mediterrània, estan arribant milers i milers i milers de persones que venen d'altres llocs i altres cultures, que no només venen sinó que es queden? Totes aquestes onades de gent nova, diferent, estan construint una Mediterrània nova que haurem d'alguna manera, haurem de construir i haurem d'explicar. No ens podem limitar a explicar la Mediterrània dels nostres pares. Ara tenim un altre usuari, tenim un altre ciutadà al nostre costat a qui li hem d'explicar aquesta Mediterrània potser d'una altra manera. Com a museus marítims, nosaltres treballem al món marítim, les coses pròpies nostres, però hauríem de pensar que al món hi ha grans temes que afecten no només als museus com a espais culturals, sinó a la societat. I d'alguna manera, si volem ser rellevants, si volem ser importants, hem de començar a preocupar-nos pels grans temes socials. Els moviments migratoris, la inclusió social, l'escalfament global per descomptat, el multiculturalisme i pluriculturalisme, que són dos conceptes diferents molt interessants, les desigualtats socials i econòmiques, el racisme també existeix a la Mediterrània, també ha existit sempre en formes de racisme i d'exclusió racial que hem de tenir en compte i hem de revisar, el sur global que està emergint i d'alguna manera està deixant la Mediterrània en un racó del món que sembla que no importa a ningú, etc. Per tant, nosaltres, insisteixo, com a professionals de museus i gestionant uns museus marítims que estan molt capacitats per explicar històries, estem en un lloc fantàstic per utilitzar aquestes habilitats i aquesta sabidoria i aquesta sensibilitat per fer coses útils. Ja vaig acabant, queda poquet. Un altre concepte importantíssim. Jo crec que amb aquest fòrum, a més, és un espai on hem de parlar d'aquest tema. Els museus militants, els museus que prenen partit. Nosaltres ja no podem ser simplement guardians d'un patrimoni que ens arriba del passat o que anem construint. Nosaltres hem de ser militants, hem de ser actius a l'hora de fer-nos preguntes. Aquest patrimoni que nosaltres tenim, què històries explica? Per què preservem un patrimoni i ignorem un altre? De quines persones, de quines comunitats estem parlant? Nosaltres ara mateix, per sort, ja estem parlant clarament de que estem explicant unes històries marítimes d'homes i de dones. Això fa 50 anys era impossible. Ara hem d'obrir més el focus. Segurament les històries de mar que expliquem han d'abastar no només per qüestions de gènere, sinó per qüestions de religió, de cultura, d'opcions polítiques, del que sigui, mirades molt àmplies, però decidim quines històries expliquem als nostres museus. Per tant, prenem partit i hem de ser militants, perquè al final la pregunta és a qui representem. Llavors, en positiu, nosaltres estem en un punt magnífic com a espais de consciència, espais on ens podem trobar, com ara aquí. Aquí som 70 persones que parlem probablement entre una cosa i l'altra, potser 20 idiomes diferents. Probablement en el sentit religiós estem més o menys a la part i culturalment estem molt propers, però som molt diferents. I en canvi els nostres museus permeten que ens trobem sempre amb un aspecte constructiu. Fem el mateix des del museu per la resta de la societat. Estem en un punt fantàstic per fer allò que sempre es diu. Hem de ser més inclusius, hem de ser més desperts des del punt de vista ètic i social. Això ho diu qualsevol museu, pràcticament. Probablement als Estats Units ara no es parli tant d'aquesta manera, però qualsevol museu diu això. Però jo insisteixo, amb molts anys ja, uns quants d'experiència, que els museus marítims estem amb el millor lloc per poder fer tot això. Som uns privilegiats, som pobres, tenim molta feina, però estem en un punt privilegiat des del punt de vista de la nostra aportació a la societat. I després nosaltres podem ser un espai de reconciliació. Aquí estem un munt de gent que representem comunitats a països que hem estat en conflicte o en guerra, o fins i tot estem en alguns aspectes, i en canvi podem estar aquí, podem xerrar, podem parlar i podem generar espais de reconciliació i de reinterpretar aquest passat dolorós o bèl·lic o violent, intentar reinterpretar-lo d'una manera positiva i pacífica. Això és fantàstic, és la nostra especialitat. I el posicionament ètic, ara aquí es parlava de Gaza, però podem parlar de molts altres conflictes on els museus d'alguna manera hem de prendre partit, no podem ser neutrals. Amb això acabo, insisteixo, nosaltres podem ser els millors museus del món, els museus marítims. La nostra visió del mar, que tant estimem, la nostra relació amb la humanitat, podem aportar visions diferents. La ceguesa marítima, aquesta incapacitat de veure la importància del mar, ens afecta a tots i nosaltres podem contribuir, perquè el mar aporta tot allò que tots sabem i que la societat no sap. Nosaltres, d'alguna manera, tenim aquí una veu important a dir. Amb una mica d'imaginació, nosaltres podem parlar de qualsevol tema, podem sortir del nostre museu petit local i en canvi tenir una visió global. Això és una qüestió d'habilitat, no és una qüestió de diners, és una qüestió de posicionament. Nosaltres, a través de l'educació, podem ser la cura d'aquesta ceguesa marítima. Hem de fer canvis, hem de canviar el nostre punt de vista, hem de vigilar i de no parlar només per unes societats que estan, en alguns casos, desapareixent o canviant tant que serà difícil de reconèixer, i hem de veure en global. Si l'oceà, si la història marítima és global, el mar ho abasta tot i no hi ha més que grans cultures marítimes però que viuen mirant a l'únic mar, nosaltres també hem de fer una visió global. I l'última cosa que jo penso que també és molt important, la mar té un poder emocional i és una estimulació, un poder d'estimulació i de suggerir i de recrear que és increïble. També té una part humana, poètica, que probablement no sempre aprofitem. Ens permet arribar a les persones d'una manera molt directa, gairebé des dels sentiments i no des de la història. És una altra vegada on nosaltres tenim una gran oportunitat. Sabem com fer-ho, tenim la necessitat, tenim l'oportunitat i per tant podem ser rellevants. Perquè al final, com resumeixo aquí, al final no som nosaltres els millors intermediaris amb la comunitat, I, per tant, no som nosaltres que estem aquí també els millors educadors des del nostre punt de vista. Doncs ja està, moltes gràcies. Espero que s'hagi... Mira. Espero que s'hagi entès. Vale? Pues merci.
Molt bé. Cridaria I'll call Branka Teklik and Thea and Robert to come to the session. Gràcies, Enric. Crec que aquest concepte d'humanitats blaves unides hauria de ser el fòrum, aquestes humanitats blaves unides. I ara anirem a començar. Perfecte, doncs dono la paraula a Branka Teklik de Split, de Croàcia, en què ens parlarà sobre el rol del museu i servei educatiu en l'educació no reglada per un desenvolupament sostenible i educació al llarg de la vida.
Good morning, everyone. Greetings. Želite nešto reći prije početka ili svi odmah krenu? Greetings, everyone. My name is Branka Teklic and I come from Croatian Maritime Museum, Split in Croatia. Today I will be talking about Maritime Museum and its role in non-formal education for sustainable development and lifelong learning, including good practice examples of our museum. ECOM in 2022 has approved a new definition of what makes a museum today. The new definition describes a museum open to the public, accessible and inclusive. Museums foster diversity and sustainability. It includes mention of progressive concepts like diversity, sustainability, and accessible. Similar is described in the Croatian museum law, which defines museum activities. The key words are, and I quote, ensuring the education, interpretation, and presentation of museum materials to the public, and besides that, museums are here for the purpose of studying, educating, and enjoying the heritage of humanity. We are all aware of museums as informal learning environments for the young, for the youth, where integration of learning, play, and experience is the key to successful reconnection with sea and marine nature, as well as a place to gain knowledge of the importance of maritime culture and maritime history. All that means that museums bring together theory with practice and enable the young and the youth to experience many different topics they have only heard of informal learning education, learning environments, for example, schools. This is why Croatian Maritime Museum in Split copes with those challenges via its educational programs and becomes a place of fun, laughter, knowledge, culture, inspiration, and imagination. Our museum, at the moment as we speak, has a total of 26 different workshops for children, youth, and I must emphasize adults, including guided tours and custom interpretative tour with character Magda Lupis, including modern technology. This is a virtual reality showroom with where visitors can experience diving in three countries, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Montenegro, with the help, of course, of modern technology. With educational exhibitions, thematic educational and creative workshops, and of course educational publications, Our museum strives to provide visitors, but also and the local community, with the promotion and evaluation of maritime cultural heritage. In our museum, educational projects are mostly carried out independently, but also museum is really involved in local community. It's involved in educational projects with other institutions and schools. That is really important because we realize that something is missing in our, let's say, programs, especially for the adults and lifelong learning. From the beginning of the educational workshops in the museum back in 2016 until today, our museum has an increase of the workshops and also the visitors of those workshops, not including these pandemic years of 2020 and 2021. By creating those educational programs for all ages, the museum is getting closer to one of the museum's missions and the realization of its vision, to include as many young people as possible in the museum's programs and to affirm the museum's activities, but not only for youth, not only for the young. We realize we are missing adults in those workshops, adults from the local community, but also adults from Europe. To be honest, our adult visitors on these workshops were a minority till the last 2 years. The goal was to attract them, to include them in museum programs, and to include them in lifelong learning. It was great for adults to include them in especially 2 workshops that already existed for kids. Of course, we arranged them for the adults. And one of those workshops was tying sailing knots. Learning new practical skill is always a beneficial, not only for youth, but also for the adults. And it was a big hit. As for kids, in this workshop, we can see adults work in a teamwork. Adults also cooperate, but they also compete with each other. They learn, of course, the new skill, they teach each other, and of course, they have fun. This is a great experience and great example of lifelong learning in non-formal environment. So not in schools or some other educational programs for the adults from the government or something else. Since last year, my colleague and myself decided to work on new fun activities for visitors of our museums, or of our museum, and that was a workshop called Maritime Detectives. The point of the workshop is that visitors, divided in few groups, explore the museum, finding clues, solving puzzles, finding the last clue of the puzzle, and presenting their findings to the other groups who had totally different topics. For example, we have 6 groups, each made of 5 people. And each group has to find the clues connected with certain topics in the museum. For example, the topics were World War I, everything connected with the battles here on Adriatic Sea, diving and life under the sea, famous Croatian captains, and so on. I must say that adults, luckily, did not lose the sense of excitement of finding traces and having fun finding clues hidden around the museum, behind paintings, inside cannons, below exhibits. We realized that this is their way of being included, and they are here in this workshop really proactive, and that was also the goal. Sometimes adults like to become kids, again, meaning they like to experience the excitement of finding clues like real detectives, like the workshop, because it's called Maritime Detectives. These programs, you can see on this picture, they are finding the clues. For example, this clue was hidden inside this cannon. These programs contribute to the development of socio-cultural and educational values of the young, as well as the realization of the goals of the Croatian national curriculum, which encourages schools and curricular activities as well as cooperation with cultural institutions. Therefore, cooperation with educational institutions, civic associations, and Erasmus Plus programs for adults is crucial for the realization of the global goals of sustainable development, since the topics covered in the museum educational workshops and programs are related to the sustainability and preservation of maritime heritage, sustainable fisheries, life under the sea, ecology and preservation of the marine environment, diving and underwater archaeology, especially with the workshops that we have in our museums called Ribolova, Life Under the Sea, and some others. In addition to the latter, the museum is also, thanks to the European Union funds, equipped with that modern virtual reality showroom for virtual and augmented reality, which is dedicated to the presentation of the underwater cultural heritage of the Eastern Adriatic through modern technologies, thus promoting the goals of sustainable development and the value of lifelong learning for all. The goals of such proactive museum activities are to promote discussion and exchange of experiences, better quality education, and the promotion of the well-being of the immediate and wider community, fostering a critical spirit and respect for the environment. I hope that these small examples of our museum inspired you and your museum. We were aware of our blind spots in our museum. We realized that we have to change them. This is a small step for us to include adults not only in exhibitions or guided tours or some presentations, but also to include them to work in groups, but also to have fun not only for educational purposes, but also for lifelong learning, and of course including the keywords that are goal in our mission, and that is diversity, sustainability, and accessible, and to be accessible museum for everyone. Thank you so much for your time. I wish you all the best in this 4 days forum here, and also in your work in your museum. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now Thea Printic and Robert Mojovic of Rijeka, Croàcia, ens parlaran sobre educació secundària reglada i transferència d'habilitats de construcció tradicional de vaixells.
Buenos días, buongiorno, dobar dan, hello everyone. I was thinking to speak in Italian, but I realized that we have some members that for a long time haven't been with us, and they are not very good in understanding other languages except maybe English, so I will have to excuse myself that I finally decide to speak in English. Anyway, you will have the text translated in Italian. My Spanish is not on a high level that I can do the translation. In this presentation, we will repeat ourselves. Excuse us for this. We probably already spoke about our programs that we work together, the Maritime and History Museum of Rijeka and Eco Museum Mošćenička Draga. Here presented Robert Mojovic. He is presenting here not only the Eco Museum, he is also the president of the coordination of the association of let's say, maritime associations of Istria and partner region, that's the northern Adriatic, Croatian Adriatic. So let's go. We will talk about Academy of Traditional Maritime Crafts and Skills. So first, to explain the title. Academy is something that originates from the Greek antiquity tradition, and it's more related to thinking than to working. So it's a bit absurd that we related academy to something that is mostly work and it's manual thing. However, we choose this name to give importance or to emphasize the importance of preservation and transmission of traditional maritime skills and crafts. Since 2009, together with association, our museum and some other museums and some other bodies start to think about our maritime heritage in a more serious way. I would say on the traces what Enrique presented, not so on that high, but we started to think how to preserve our maritime heritage in more active way. So we started some projects. Some of the projects were fundraised and financed by European funds, and thanks to those funds we were able to do a lot of things. Amongst the other things, we started to do a more educational program. So the idea was that we actually, through this academy, through this educational program, transmit the skills and old maritime crafts to new generation, especially to children, to introduce them to that huge heritage in a very simple way, but also that they become more involved in manual work, which we are all aware our children are very lacking today in their education. Back? Okay. In 2017, we started a project which was like, it was a huge project. We wanted to do a lot of things in preservation of maritime heritage and to use that maritime heritage in promotion of the in a touristic way. We also had the money to reconstruct some of the traditional boats, and we intend to give that money to some craftsmen who were into that business. But then we were thinking that this is not a complete work, because to accomplish this mission, to preserve in a holistic way, to preserve our tradition, our traditional shipbuilding, it would be to transmit this knowledge to a new generation. Here presented Robert Popovic and I. We went to speak to some teachers in the high school in Rijeka. That's the technical high school. Two professors, they're women. They were involved in their technical education in shipbuilding, and they were amazed, and they accepted, embraced this idea of pupils or students to be involved in a practical traditional rebuilding of the traditional boats. So we started with this education. Students were also very happy because they could go out from school, do something new, learn something new, and especially to do some manual work. On the other side, we had a few craftsmen who were involved in rebuilding of traditional boats. And they also accepted to have students coming at least once a week to them, and to teach them actually how to rebuild an old boat. These were different type of traditional boats, so the kids also could learn also different types of work, and as well different types of boats. The next level, yeah, they along this practical work, they had also had some education. This is more like in school. They had the theoretical things about how to construct the technical aspects of the construction of the boats. And in the next project, we were also able to finance a organization of a workshop within the school. So they finally, this technical school for, how can I say, shipbuilders, yeah, they finally got a workshop within the school where they could practice, also rebuild the boats. So you can see them involved in some aspects of rebuilding a traditional, what's that, passera? Or goods, whatever, leut, yes. And this is how they were working. They actually, they did a replica of an old boat type passera, using technical documentation that we were also organized through the project that we were conducting. We actually scanned old boats, and the technical faculty, they made all the technical documentation, which is also very important. How can I say, heritage can be always used to rebuild a traditional boat. So this experiment worked very well with the students from the technical school. You can see they finished their work. They were very happy. They also went to sail with that boat. Yeah. Okay. So here are the achievements of Academy. It's going on. It didn't stop with the end of financing from the European funds. We, from the side of the museum, we managed to find new financing from the Croatian Ministry of Culture, and to continue this collaboration between association, or here represented by Robert Mohovic. They are providing experts, and collaboration with the school and students. Every year they are continuing to have this practical education, and I think that's very important. It might be a kind of light in the darkness of losing our maritime tradition. Besides this, we also help, actually we support the craftsmen who are still dedicated to traditional shipbuilding. There are only few, but we got even younger people involved in this because they see a kind of future for them in this kind of niche. And we also raise a general awareness of importance of the traditional shipbuilding. In this way, we actually actively preserving intangible heritage that is dedicated to traditional shipbuilding, and this is also a kind of way of sustainability. Besides this, we had also different kind of education that is related to the maritime craft and skills, but this will, I leave to Robert. He will talk more about this. Okay, I go on. So we had some education for the small children. Of course, they can't work so much on building a ship or boat, but they also could try how to do something. They also, for the first time in their life, they took some kind of tools and tried to work with this. That brings them a lot of joy. Then during festivals, especially maritime festivals, we have presentation for the general public of this old crafts and maritime skills. And we also have theoretical presentations and education, as you can see on these photos. And we have nautical workshops, traditional fishing skills workshops, and very popular are gastronomy workshops. And here maybe you will recognize as a workshop that you also have in this area, especially in Escala, is salting fish and preparing some typical dish with us. So here you can see some photos. These are kind of workshops that we have during the festivals that almost are forgotten, but all people are very emotional when they see and they remember how that used to be. And you can see children are very inclined to accept and do some practical work also. This kind of workshops that are related to sailing skills or demonstration in some maritime skills are more dedicated to demonstration rather than participation of the general public. But it's also very important. I have to say that Robert is very important in this part of the things, because he is demonstrating and explaining, because he is a university professor. He knows how to explain the things and also to demonstrate them in a very practical way. Yeah, this is a kind of things that was very attractive. That's a new passera. Made according to the old documents, to the documents of the old passera, and this was a very important moment. This was the launching of the new passera that attracted a lot of people in Morčinička Draga. So for some students, we also have some more technical workshops. As you can see, in this were involved students of the maritime faculty. Fishing is also fishing workshops are also very interesting, especially for children. And as I said before, gastronomy is always the thing that attracts the most of the people, and you can see here was the workshop related to salting the anchovies, what you have also in Escala. So I think it's something that is quite common in the whole of Mediterranean. Yeah. So, conclusion, after almost 15 years of work, we realized that we've done a very important work in raising general awareness of importance of the maritime heritage. People generally have romantic feelings when you talk about boats and sailing. Young people, after all this education, some of them see their perspective in wooden shipbuilding, and professors who are working with us in the technical school, they said to us that they have more students now applying for entrance into that sector of the technical school. And it's thanks to these workshops that we started with them. So it's definitely a result of our project. And they introduced this in a new curriculum, which is very important, that they have finally some formal way of education about the traditional maritime heritage and shipbuilding. That's all. Thank you. Sorry for my English. Discúlpame de inglés.
Someone can ask Enric Garcia, Branca, or Thea and Robert. If you have some question, we have some minutes before the coffee break. No sé si té... No veig, eh? Sí, one moment.
Yes, sorry. So I'll just repeat it. Thank you for your presentations. I think it's really a great work, especially on these very concrete activities to learn some specific skills, because we know how difficult it is to get young people on board. And this question is just to ask whether you had some follow-up with the schools and with individuals, young individuals that later on really became interested in pursuing some of the skills they learned in the museum.
We don't have problems with bringing kids and young adults to the museum. These workshops are continuously all through the year, and we have great collaboration with kindergartens, schools, high schools and elementary schools, and also universities. For us, the problem was how to bring adults to the museum, not only for exhibition openings and to visit the museum, make a guiding tour. For us, the problem was how to attract them to the museum so they can come continuously, not depending on exhibitions. And with these two workshops who are made for adults, we succeed in that. But that's only for 2 years now. We have to continue these workshops and these programs so we can see what's going to happen in next year, in 5 years. Will we fail? Will we continue? Will we be better? But time will tell. So that's from our side. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to specify one more thing. I was thinking about, like, we, for example, in Rovinj, we have the difficulty of finding people who would sail, who would construct boats, who have these really important skills for all our museums and for the heritage that we want to preserve as intangible cultural heritage. So actually my question was whether these educational initiatives in your museums influenced an individual to pursue a profession in boat building or sailing. So this was actually the...
Yeah, I think we have more concrete results about this. I'm actually, I was thinking when we start with this program, it will be only, even if it stays on the level of demonstration, we already got a result. But after so many years, from 2017, two things that we achieved, and I'm very, very happy and proud of it. It's the first, we enable the existing craftsmen who are involved in traditional shipbuilding to continue their work, even without the funds from European community that we got through the project. Robbie would know more about this. Some of them even asked, Mariska, they asked the documents about the old boats because they wanted to rebuild the boats. We present those documents in our museum, so they asked us. And I know that they continue their work, which is very, so it's a little bit, but it's continuation of their work. And I have results, I have information from the technical school. They said that they have more students applying for the program of the shipbuilding thanks to the program that we introduced, because students now see they are more attracted to that. They really appreciate that they can work practically on shipbuilding. They see the result in traditional shipbuilding because they already had the practical work in the shipyard. But not all of them are interested in that. No. Yeah. That's a high school, yeah. Those are technical school, and in the technical school they have department for shipbuilding, so the shipbuilding workers. No, but they always had just that they preparing students to work in a big shipyard, but they never had this traditional shipbuilding. But thanks to these two professors, women, I underline women, the two women, they accepted and they said, let us try. They had experience because they worked in a shipyard before, but they also knew they have also in their family tradition the traditional shipbuilding, and they accepted this. They were very brave and they accepted, and it goes on.
Thank you. We make a pause, a coffee break, and then we'll be again with the next session.
quelli perché
Vosaltres ho... Falta gent, eh? We are going to start. Anirem a començar. Bé, abans de començar aquesta nova sessió, vull donar unes indicacions. Tenim uns dinars oferts per tothom, els assistents, aquests 2 dies, i llavors hi ha un sopar que fem a l'ermita de Sant Telm demà a la tarda pels que es quedin a la jornada de demà a la tarda. I want to specify some indications about the lunch, the meals, that we offer the meals now during the forum, except this evening, but tomorrow in the evening, before going to the Scala with bus for the participants, we have a little lunch in the Hermitage, the Sant Telm Hermitage, for all the participants. Okay, so anem a començar. I give the word to the Ismael Garcia, cap de l'àrea d'educació i dels programes educatius del Museu Marítim de Barcelona. Endavant.
A moderar aquesta taula rodona. Primer de tot, el meu anglès no és anglès, és una altra cosa. Llavors, miraré de parlar en català molt a poc. Si hi ha cap problema, intento translate, ¿vale? Però ja us dic, és un tema de vergonya. En aquesta taula es presentaran projectes que s'han fet a 4 espais diferents del mar, a la nostra Mediterrània, al mar Adriàtic, al Tirrè i a la zona de l'Atlàntic, i que tenen el vaixell com a protagonista i que d'alguna manera el que fan és presentar un recurs pedagògic per poder treballar el currículum educatiu. Nosaltres pensem que el currículum de totes les etapes de l'educació es podrien desenvolupar des d'un punt de vista marítim, i crec que aquests 4 exemples que us presentaran ara són prou clarificadors. Començarem amb la Glòria Ñaco, que ve del Museu de la Pesca de Palamós, vells coneguts, un referent al Museu de la Pesca de Palamós, un referent per a tothom que ens dediquem a aquesta feina, no només en l'àmbit marítim, sinó a qualsevol àmbit, a qualsevol temàtica com a museus. Venen a presentar un projecte de fabricació d'un vaixell elèctric que funciona amb energia solar i que es converteix en un espai d'observació, investigació i sensibilització dels valors del mar per treballar amb diferents tipus de públic. Doncs, Glòria, quan vulguis.
Gràcies. Estic aquí en nom dels companys del Museu de la Pesca. La presentació l'havíem de fer conjuntament el director Miquel Martí, que està aquí a segona fila, i hem pactat, ho he pactat jo faig la presentació i ell respon les preguntes. Les preguntes, si poden ser difícils, millor, perquè està de vacances, d'acord? I ens ajuda també a que estigui més despert. Abans de començar, la primera ponència introductòria de l'Enric Garcia del Museu Marítim ens parlava de ceguesa marítima, no? I ho hem trobat interessant perquè el nostre projecte, en part, intenta respondre a algun d'aquesta ceguesa marítima que l'Enric ens apuntava al principi. De fet, el nostre projecte intenta vincular-se, de fet, amb l'alfabetització oceànica que ens està marcant des de l'ONU, aquesta nova mirada cap al mar, i més que nova, la mirada cap al mar, i penso que els museus marítims tenim una feina a fer en aquest aspecte. I aquest projecte respon clarament a aquesta tasca. El projecte l'hem anomenat Aula Blava, i el que volem, simplement, que no és simple ni és fàcil, és ensenyar el mar des del mar mateix. Tenim clar que la visió que tenim del mar dels museus marítims ha estat sempre una, des del nostre punt de vista, un museu marítim de l'etnologia, i ens interessa avançar i que sigui un altre. Aquest projecte el podem desenvolupar gràcies a l'Ajuntament de Palamós, al mateix Museu de la Pesca i a un fons Next Generation de l'Agència Catalana de Turisme que ens l'ha finançat. Quan ens vam introduir en aquest projecte estàvem també en un procés nosaltres de reinterpretar-nos, tornar-nos a pensar un nou horitzó estratègic del museu, que es diu Horitzó 2029, que si teníem en el museu l'espai on parlar de les persones que treballen al mar, tenim també una aula gastronòmica que parla d'un espai gastronòmic del producte pròpiament, del producte pesquer que traiem. El vaixell ens ha d'ajudar a veure aquesta dimensió marítima però des d'un medi físic, que potser fins ara no el treballàvem prou. Entenent que el mar és més important del que pensàvem, seguint també una miqueta el comentari que feia al principi l'Enric Garcia, no? Són museus, entenem bé que és patrimoni marítim i la seva conservació, la seva investigació, la seva difusió, i estem aprenent què significa el medi marítim. Nosaltres, per enfrontar aquest projecte, que us l'ensenyaré al final, tot això és per desvetllar finalment com és aquest vaixell, hem treballat en diferents aspectes. Hem treballat amb unes taules de treball, uns focus grups previs que ens han servit per posar atenció en què és la pesca avui dia, cap on vol anar, què és el turisme avui dia a la Costa Brava i cap on vol anar, i què és l'educació. L'educació vinculada al fet marítim i al medi marítim. Nosaltres treballem en aquests espais, que són les barques del peix, patrimoni flotant, una extensió de l'exposició del Museu de la Pesca, l'espai del peix, que és aquesta aula gastronòmica. En aquest espai portuari és on ens movem, és el nostre hàbitat natural de treball. No només el museu, sinó també aquest entorn. Aquest horitzó estratègic ens comenta, ens demana que ens movem no només en aquest port, sinó que ampliem cap a mar. Pensàvem que per ampliar cap a mar la millor manera havia de ser un vaixell. Ens ha de servir també com una estratègia per arribar a les estratègies i a les missions del propi museu. O sigui, tot ha d'anar com molt alineat. En el fons el que estem dient és que volem convertir un vaixell en un espai pedagògic, en una aula realment. Un espai on es pugui explicar el mar, investigar, documentar, que sempre la gent que pugi a bord faci una acció per conèixer el mar i a favor de la mar al mateix moment. I treballarem amb els visitants, amb els usuaris, no només amb els escolars, pensem en tot l'arc educatiu de tota una vida, no? Des de l'educació formal a la no formal i en aquell temps lliure, que enllaça més amb la interpretació del patrimoni. Volem crear un viatge cap al coneixement de la mar en ella mateixa, en tots els seus àmbits. No només en els seus valors productius. Som conscients que de la mar n'hem extret contínuament com a humans tot allò que hem pogut. L'hem utilitzat com a via de comunicació, l'hem explotat a nivell miner, a nivell de recurs pesquer, li hem tret tot el que hem pogut, també per salut, però què li tornem a la mar? Quin és aquest viatge d'anada i tornada cap al medi? El vaixell vol ser una reflexió per als visitants cap a aquesta visió crítica de la nostra relació desigual vers el medi físic. També pensem que fins ara nosaltres hem cregut, com a Museu de la Pesca, que el peix ens identifica, però hem de saber aquest espai on es mou aquest peix, quin és, com funciona, com es relaciona. Nosaltres a Palamós el tema de sostenibilitat i cultura pesquera la tenim molt apresa, la tenim molt treballada, estem sempre treballant al costat del sector pesquer per millorar, per termes de sostenibilitat, i pensàvem que explorar també les vies de descarbonització dels vaixells i del sector pesquer també ens ajudaria i també els ajudaria, no només a parlar de medi, sinó també del mitjà com fer-ho. Evidentment, el nostre projecte enllaça amb un seguit d'ODS que hem treballat i estem treballant. Nosaltres estem treballant per desenvolupar el projecte educatiu concret, les activitats concretes. Hem creat un grup de professors que ens assessoren a través del Centre de Recursos Pedagògics del Baix Empordà, docents que han fet un curs amb nosaltres per aprendre més sobre els continguts que podríem desenvolupar als vaixells i allò que ells creuen també més interessant per desenvolupar en el currículum i en grups educatius a bord. El vaixell ara mateix està en construcció, no us el puc ensenyar perquè l'estem fent. És una licitació que va llançar l'Ajuntament de Palamós, s'està fent a Cadis, a les drassanes Culmar. Tindria una capacitat d'un màxim de 40 persones i us he dut un petit vídeo que ho explica millor que jo de com és el projecte. El que realment volem és crear una relació diferent amb la mar, aprendre nosaltres més de la mar, donar a conèixer als ciutadans d'un altre vincle amb el medi físic, pensant que estem en un moment de canvi important, un moment de reptes importants i que els museus també els poden enfrontar. Tenint en compte que estem vivint termes com canvi climàtic, contaminació, canvis migratoris, un seguit de reptes que pensem que socialment els museus han de ser presents en aquests reptes. És un dels diversos projectes que ara tenim endavant. Moltes gràcies.
Molt bé, no sé si voleu aprofitar ara per fer alguna pregunta o ens esperem al final. Cap pregunta per al Miquel? Vale, doncs seguim amb el programa. El Michele Tonuti. Molt bé, Michele Tonuti ve de l'Associazione per la Difesa dell'Isola di Pianosa. És una illa que està entre l'illa d'Elba i Còrsega, al mar Tirrè. I ens presentarà una experiència de transformació i incorporació de recursos digitals a la modernització del Museu d'Història, que ha permès enriquir el seu patrimoni cultural i evitar la pèrdua de documents molt valuosos. La presentació es diu Illa Pianosa, viatjant per l'espai i el temps amb tecnologies emergents. Hola. Aquests cursos que heu fet amb els profes, perquè coneguessin el projecte i de més, primer, com heu fet la convocatòria perquè vinguin? I segon, té algun tipus de reconeixement per part del Departament d'Ensenyament o... No, el Miquel.
Té 30 hores, ha d'entregar un material al final, que es té en compte també, i hi ha un control també de presencialitat per part dels docents.
Vale.
Tenim contactes.
Molt bé, ja està. Doncs ja.
Thanks. So, today I will talk about Pianosa and a project that we did to modernize our museum. First of all, if you were here last year, I didn't present, but my colleagues from the association presented, so you may have heard already some of this information, but I hope you will not be bored anyways. So we will do a little recap about Pianosa's history and Pianosa today, and then about our association and the museum, and then we'll dive into the PIMBAS project, which is the main topic for today, and then the outcomes of the project. We'll show some videos, some demo of what we did for this project. Now, where is Pianosa? If you don't know, the introduction already said it, but it's a little island in the Tuscan archipelago, really in the middle of the Mediterranean, really close to Elba and to Corsica, and the name explains the shape. In Latin, planasia means literally flat. There is literally no hill on the island. It's as flat as a pancake, but that's what also makes it really unique. Brief history lesson. Like most places in the Mediterranean, Pianosa was already inhabited since the Stone Ages, and of course, then came the Romans. It became famous in Roman times because it was the destination of exile of Agrippa Postumus, who was the adoptive son of an emperor, supposed to become emperor, and then fell in disgrace. And there is a beautiful remains of his villa, and remember this because it will be important. It was then inhabited by a pretty big Christian community, and then of course, in the Middle Ages, like everywhere else in Italy, on the sea, it was conquered by Pisa, and then Genoa, and then Pisa, and then Genoa, and then Pisa, and then Genoa, and then pirates. So yeah, a bit of a bumpy history. And of course, then came the French and Napoleon. It became a military base for Napoleon, who built a beautiful fort, which is still there. And then after Napoleon, it became part of the Grand Duchy of Tuscany, which then led to what Pianosa has been famous for the past 150 years, which is a prison. So a penitentiary. It was an agricultural penal colony until 1992, which means that the prisoners were using the land to cultivate things. You can see the photo here. And then between 1992 and 1997, famously became a maximum security prison, particularly for big mafia bosses. So what is particular about this is that the whole island was a prison. So the only people who could live there were people that were either working for the prison or were family of the workers. When the prison closed, everyone who was living on the island had to leave. Everyone who was born there had to leave, and they couldn't go back to the island. Because it also became a national park in 1996, it became part of the Park of the Tuscan Archipelago. You can see the map there. And in 2003 became part of the UNESCO Biosphere Reserves. Now, then there are two things. It was a prison, and then it became a park. So it's a very limited and difficult to reach place. Today, in fact, it is still part of the prison system, even though officially it's closed. It still hosts 15 to 20 inmates who are at the end of their sentence, usually for good conduct. They're sent there sort of as a reward. And access to the island is still limited to a few hundred visitors per day. A bit because of the prison, a bit because of the park restrictions, and due to it being a natural park, there is no fishing, no access by boat. You can only visit the majority of the island by guided visit, except in the town area where you can roam freely, but there is only one little hotel. It's very hard to stay overnight. And as you can imagine, this makes it very hard for visitors to understand the island, to get to know the island, to get to know its history. And that's why the Association for the Defense of Pianosa Island was born a couple of years before the closure of the penitentiary. It expanded to 750 members, so it was started by people who were born in Pianosa to preserve the memory of Pianosa as it was. And it started with a photographic exhibition, indeed, to show people how Pianosa was back in the days when people were actually living there. Because now, since the penitentiary was closed, it became, for all intents and purposes, a ghost town, a ghost island, only visited by very few tourists every day. And the goal of the association is to promote the awareness and preservation of the heritage of Pianosa, whether it is environmental, whether it is historical or cultural. As I mentioned, it was born, funded by people who were born in Pianosa, but now, like me, there are people who have no ties to Pianosa. They just fell in love with the island when they went there and really want to contribute to its defense. One of the main jobs of the association is to keep and improve the History Museum. What started as a photographic exhibition, just with a few photographs, it became a proper museum. You can see it here in the pictures. It's together with the headquarters of the association is hosted in the island's old post office, a beautiful building. It's open all year round, so the major tourist season is, of course, between April and October, and that is open. Then we keep it open all by volunteers every day. Volunteers, of course, are also limited. We can only go in groups of about 8 to 10 people per week. So we do shifts and we keep it open all summer, but it is also open in winter. And this is specifically for people that want to come. A lot of schools come in winter and ask for the museum to be open for them. So we always make sure that people can go there and visit this really nice exhibition. We had 7,000 visitors in 2024. Again, most of them in summer, but specifically for students, it's very important that it's open also during the school year. Yeah, it has hundreds of images, prints, and panels, some digital devices, which were heavily modernized through the project that I'm going to talk about. A lot of digitalized pictures and handwritten documents, which are really the memory of Pianosa and the people who live there. And quite a lot of historical artifacts, particularly from the prison times. Now, why is it important that this museum exists? As I mentioned, only very few people can access the island at any given time. So how can we make what we show in the museum accessible to more people, to people that do not have the chance to be in the lucky few hundreds that go every day? People cannot stay longer than a few hours because the boat comes in the morning and leaves in the afternoon. Not everyone can visit the museum or for as long as they want. So through the Next Generation EU project, we ran this project for 2 years to modernize the museum and make it accessible to a wider audience via the web. Access, only few people could access it. Now it's fully accessible via the web, so whoever wants to do research, whether for school, for university, or any other kind of research, can do it via the website. We made very accurate 3D models of the main locations on the island with drones and so advanced scanning technologies. We made Google Street View. This is something we are all familiar with. So you can now go on Google Maps and see the part of the village via Google Maps. And this is particularly exciting for the student, the children. I was just talking about it that 2 weeks ago. There were two classes that came and played with the metaverse for the whole day. Basically an immersive 3D space, like a video game, to explore the island in historical times. So, particularly in the Middle Ages and in the Roman times. This is what the website looks like. It looks good, which is not always the case for museum websites. So I was very happy to see it when they showed it to me, and you can access all these new digital products very easily from here. This is, for example, the archive. You can look for pictures, documents based on age, based on who took the picture, based on what it represents. The coolest thing is that all texts were scanned with optical character recognition. So if you're looking for a specific name for a specific part of the text, you can search in the search box and find the document that mentions, for example, that text. And you can do it from home. You don't need to be in the archive. You don't need to be in the museum to do this. Then, the 3D models. We have 3 3D models that can be accessible, that are accessible from the website. Let's see if the video works. Yes. So this is, for example, the view of the village with all the main points highlighted. You can click on them. This is the Napoleonic fort. It's really accurate. So this is really scanned with drones and with the technology that goes down to the most detailed bits. This is the Roman villa by the sea. So it really gives you access as a researcher, as a student, as a curious tourist to things that were unthinkable until a few years before. And this is the metaverse. So this can be accessed via your PC. So you can download an app and look at the 3D space. Or we have also a VR visor in the museum, which is what makes it very exciting for, especially for younger people to explore. And this is what it looks like. You are actually immersed. This is the first one in the Roman villa. You follow the path of some characters. You can explore the villa by yourself, and it really shows how the villa looked like in ancient times. Particularly if you've ever been, to a ruin, and you always imagine, okay, what was it like? Because you only see a couple of stones. For children specifically, it's quite mind-blowing to be able to see exactly what it looked like back then, after they've seen the ruins by the beach. I really like the medieval one because you have people that explain to you things as you go around. You talk to people. They tell you about the little church, the tower, the defense mechanism. And this is what it looked like in about 800, 900 in the 10th century. And from what I've seen, children particularly really love it, but I also really find this very cool. And then maybe the most accessible one, everyone has used Google Street View before. So for someone who's been in Pianosa to see this actually happen, it is pretty cool because you can go around as if you were on the island. You can visit only the parts that you can visit by yourself. So we don't have Google Street View for the whole island. So it's actually a very good representation of how it feels to visit it. Also with some beautiful 3D sweeping views of the coast. This is the port. So to summarize, these are all things that really make the experience of the museum accessible from a distance. This is super important in an island that is hard to reach, for which access is limited. You cannot stay for a long time. If you want to research, you need to have a permit. If you want to go beyond the border of the town, you need to go with a guide. So having all these things accessible via the web, and also in a more modern way in the museum, we bought new PCs. We got the VR set. So also when people are there, to really make them more excited about the heritage of the island is extremely important and very exciting for us. And I want to leave you with a little view of the island. There should be sound, but that's okay.
tampoc. No sé si hi ha alguna pregunta. Sí. Ara viene, ara viene.
Okay. So, first of all, I would like to compliment you because you have done such good improvement from the last year. You have worked, I suppose you have worked very, very strongly on that because all these new opportunities to valorize your heritage is quite new. Okay, this is something you developed in the last year. Okay. And then I would like to ask you because you have so part of your digital skills, and because I'm not really always so excited by the technology, especially with the visual, I would like to ask you how can you merge the necessity from the schools and this kind of technology?
I'm the Giuseppe Rossa. I am in the board of the Associazione Tradizione Massa. And okay, actually we don't use user in this video, but we have the computer. So it's easy because I mean you can start and they go there. So which was the question? Excuse me. No, we don't use user and we use the computer. We have the user, but it's not usable. You would need some person dedicated to it.
I think the question was how do you combine the excitement of the students with the excitement of people that might not be so prone using new technologies or yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah, so you have different laptops and you can use those in groups. So if you don't have the visor, it still works. Still made so that it works also on the computer. So the visor is like an extra.
The same content can be used both
from the laptop. Yeah. So what I did, I actually went, I recorded on my laptop and you can use it by the application.
Okay.
Which is okay. With the 4%. Thank you.
Coming from the Museum of the Central, it's talk about green chips.
Fine. And anybody help me here? What is happening? Hello. Sí, pero mira.
Estava aquí. Espera un moment. Sí, és aquesta, no? Pinxi.
Pinxi? Sí. Vale.
Jo sí que daré Sandra.
No. Mira, sí. Bueno, gracias, Silvia. Buenas tardes a todos, buon pomeriggio a tutti, good afternoon to all of you, bon après-midi, kalimera, lijepi pozdrav svima iz Hrvatske i Crne Gore in tudi iz Slovenije. But I mean, I have only 15 minutes, so I have to tell now. What is now my
it is sailing towards a sustainable future. That is a very, very, very interesting nowadays subject. So I think that what we are, from where we are come from, I am president of the Fishery Museum of the Trieste Littoral, Museo della Pesca Litorale Triestino in Italian, and in Slovenia, Ribiški Muzej Tržaškega Primorja, which is located in Santa Croce near Trieste. Some of them was visiting this museum some years ago, and I would like to take a subject which is very much up to date, very, very interesting for the whole shipping. It's amazing task anyway. But green ships, what mean green ships? Green ships means that the ships are using more environmentally friendly power in order to reduce the greenhouse gases. And that is the main goal of this. So, look at that. This is a very much interesting green ship, isn't it? But the dead weight is very low, so doesn't use. But the color, it's okay. So we will not talk about the colors, but about how to improve the fuels in order to reduce the greenhouse gases. And what is happening with the shipping? So shipping, it is nowadays, I mean, we have transport worldwide. More than 90% of the world trade is carried by seas. So the globalized world trade would not be able to function without ships. After all, approximately 70% of the Earth's surface is covered by oceans and seas. In 2024, you can imagine that ships transported approximately 12.6 billion tons of goods. So a billion means milliards, so 12 milliards approximately, and this is still growing, approximately 1% per year. It's amazing. So, shipping, of course, I'm sorry, but I mean, I have to go back to this one. Okay, fine. So today the number of ships over 300 GT, a gross tonnage, let's say that this is approximately, to have a figure, it's approximately tugboats about 25 to 30 meters length. It's approximately 62,000 which are polluting the air, burning mainly heavy fuel oil in their diesel engines that releases pollutants like, and that is very much important to know, which are the most harmful. That is sulfur oxides, it means SOx, contribute to the acid rain, which harms marine ecosystems, forests, and damages buildings. Indirectly is also a greenhouse gas. And then we have nitrogen oxides, NOx, also contribute to the acid rain, and respiratory problems. Indirectly it's also a greenhouse gas. And carbon dioxide, CO2, this is direct greenhouse. So we have to reduce also, this one is very much important, that is trapping the heat, leading to global warming and climate change. That is very, very, very dangerous. Particular matters, PM. This is a teeny particle, practically it's a dust that can penetrate deep into the lungs, causing respiratory and heart disease. It is also very, very dangerous. Impact of shipping emissions, climate changes. Shipping is a major contributor of global CO2, ladies and gentlemen. That is really something which maybe should be emphasized. Health problems, pollutants like XOx, NOx, and PM leads to respiratory illnesses and other health issues in humans. Environmental damage, acid rain, like from SOx, NOx emissions, can damage forests and acidity bodies of water. hell is now here? I don't know what I made wrong. I don't know. I don't know what I made wrong. Thank you. Okay, fine. So local air pollution concentrations of pollutants like NOx and PM are particularly high in and around major port cities, creating significant air quality problems for residents, especially, the harbors. The harbors in Italy, for instance, are all of them are maybe in the major cities, and also I believe here in Spain and also Barcelona. We have to think about future generations, to have a good environment and uncontaminated nature. Environmental considerations must be a part of everything that people are doing. Oh, mamma mia. I'm sorry. No. It's yeah. Local pollution of pollutants high and okay. I just finished this one. So let's go ahead. The terms sustainable environment and sustainable development have become fashionable today. The very important issue is to reduce the emissions of pollutants like XOX, NOx, CO2 and PM to obtain a green ship that is powered by environmentally friendly energy in order to propel ships without using traditional fossil fuels. Well, UN body IMO, that is the organization which is setting all the laws regarding the green ships, yeah? And the UN body international, which means International Maritime Organization, is introducing more stringent regulations to reduce harmful emissions from ships, and it is supporting a sustainable maritime development by setting global safety and environmental standards for international shipping and promoting their uniform implementation around the world. Shipping is responsible for approximately 3%, of the global greenhouse emissions. For instance, the flights, our airplanes, it's about 3%. And very much it is less, it is the train transport. It's only 1.5. And the biggest, and then approximately it means cars and trucks, it's approximately 15%. And the best part of it is industry. Industry is more than 70%. So, okay, we have to take care of the shipping, which only 3%. But it's very important because approximately 60% of the people are living at the coastline. And so if the vessel which is just sailing over there, they are polluting this area. So even 3% is very much important for the humans, which are very much dangerous for the greenhouse emissions and also the other emissions which can harmful the health of the people. In July 2023, IMO agreed to a new climate strategy that includes reaching net zero greenhouse emissions by and around 2050. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, this is very, very much challenging for everybody because practically it is tomorrow, and it's not developed so quickly. The new engines, the new type of the fuels, and we will see later on how much the people are doing to that, but it takes some time. So another issue is related to the environmental regulation for the ballast waters. It is estimated that approximately 8 billion tons of ballast water is transferred globally from A to B by ships transport numerous by means of this ballast water, stowaways, plankton, invertebrates, fish, larvae, plants, pathogens from one sea to another, which in certain cases are having disastrous consequences. With the IMO or regulation, all seagoing ships, new and old, greater than 400 GT, so this is a little bit bigger ship than I said the tugboat, so maybe about 35, 40 meters, just to have an idea, must be equipped with the treatment of the ballast water and the plant, of course, and this was started in 2017. The most typical, let's say, water ballast treatment plant, it is with violet, violets rays, they are just bombarding, let's say, this seawater income from the sea, and it is very good because approximately 90 or maybe more of these stowaways and plankton, etc., are killed. And this is one. But you have also another. What's very important is that every vessel should have a ballast water treatment by 2017. What is MARPOL? MARPOL, it is one shortened, it is marine pollution, established in 1973, and is one of the IMO conventions that focus on the preventing different forms of marine pollution, including oil, noxious liquid substances, harmful substances, wastewater, garbage, and emission of SOx, NOx, and CO2, and PM, of course, at the sea. So, new fuels for the shipping. You can imagine, ladies and gentlemen, that the shipping per annum is consuming 300 approximately and 80 million tons of the fuel. And this is a major figure, And how to now to replace this, which is carbon fuels, how to change this, with the more environmentally friendly fuels for shipping. And this is also, once again, it's a very big challenge for engineers, for everybody which is doing with the shipping. And what is very much interesting is that somebody is focusing and also is saying, okay, green hydrogen will be the future, and derivatives like methanol and ammonia are quite good. Okay, I will see, but methanol and also ammonia, if we are taking the calorific value of the fuel, let's say it's approximately 11,000 kilocalories per kilogram. But using methanol or ammonia is nearly half, and also the price is 3 times more than heavy diesel oil. So who is going to pay, also is my question, all these difference in the prices. So, shipping now, it's in a transition, it's a transition period, so that a lot of new buildings nowadays is using liquefied natural gas, it means LNG, as a transition because it is fossil fuels, NH3 is the chemical formula that reduces 100% SOx and 100% PM. PM is particular matter, so it is okay, fine, and only 25% CO2 and approximately 85% of NOx. But it's still okay for the time being, but 2050 is around the corner, and LNG will be banned soon or later. Yeah, and fuel cells also is transforming chemical energy into electric energy. Usually fuels are green hydrogen, and then we have also accumulators, as the lady was mentioning for the small boats, it is okay, the batteries, electrical batteries, but then we have also 4th generation of nuclear reactors. Don't think that nuclear reactors, that the atoms which are in the reactors, that it is moving the propeller. No, we are coming back to the steam. Practically, nuclear fission fission, it's creating heat, and this heat then is boiling the water to steam, and the steam it is then conveyed to the one turbine, which is then moving via gearbox and shaft the propeller. So this is the nuclear propulsion. Okay, so within 10 years, the problem is the price level, But I believe that they are making the new reactors very much. Target is to be more friendly with the safety and also sustainability, with efficiency and also with the cost. But within 10 years, you will see that we will talk about nuclear reactors as well, on ships as well, not only power plants. So, emission control area, you see the very big interesting thing it is that the MARPOL is required, for pollutants, that you have, especially even nowadays, very much low fuel content of the sulfur, and the area like the Baltic area, which is having very much vessel passing by, already in 2005, they had this new current ECA area. ECA means emission control area. So Baltic Sea already from 2005, because you have a lot of people there, and you have to reduce the SOx, NOx and PM. It means that it is sulfur, it is also the nitrogen, and also the PM. And then you have North Sea, North America, United States, and from 1st of May this year, also Mediterranean area, so ourselves, is also in the ECA area, but only for SOx and PM. Why SOx and PM? Because this is the most dangerous emission that we may have. So what is going on? See, this is the area, all the United States and also Canada is 200 miles from the shore. Then we have the first was the Baltic area, because here is a lot of people and a lot of vessels was sailing here, and the North Sea is practically approximately 60 parallel, and all the way down to France and also piece of France, of course, the channel here. And 1st of May, it's also Mediterranean, it's part of the emission control area, which is very much good. Okay, I will stop. Yeah. Don't worry. I am very much here. Okay, look, you see how much nowadays. So we have SOx is only 0.1% of the sulfur in the fuel. Before, look at 2010, it was 1.5 allowed, and outside ECA even 4.5. It's crazy. So nowadays we are here. Okay, fine. So let's go ahead. And the green port and cold ironing, we said that it is very much, the ports are practically occupied by vessels, and these vessels, it's working also in the generators are working also in the harbor, and this is emitting noise problem and also air problem. So why nowadays, if you cold ironing means that you have a short connection, that you are taking off all the diesel generators and eliminate all the noise and also the power pollution. Green ports, you can imagine a cruise ship can require 12 to 15 megawatt or more in the harbor, when they are taking the harbor. It means that a town having 80,000 inhabitants, it's an amazing figure. In container ship, it requires 4 to 6 megawatts or more. So it is 20 to 30,000 inhabitants like city. And so just to have an idea how much they are consuming in the harbor and polluting, etc., etc. So this what I have been describing in a very short, 15 minutes time. This is just what the shipping is doing, that we are taking care, everybody which is involved in the shipping, that it is sailing towards a sustainable future. Thank you for the kind attention. Thank you. Here.
Okay, do you have any question for Mr. Kosuta? No? Okay, so the last presentation is from Ms. Adelina Gomes Domingues. She's coming from Museu Municipal do Seixal in Portugal, close to Lisbon. And her presentation is called Interrelationships Between Humans and Environment.
So, good morning all. I will speak in English so that you all can understand me, I hope. So, this presentation is from a PhD in anthropology research. This paper presents some reflections about ongoing ethnographic field work among people with experiential interaction with the environment, and in this case, fishermen and harvesters of clam and other species in Seixal Tagus estuary. I choose this theme because of my prior knowledge about Seixal, largely provided by my professional activity at Seixal Ecomuseum, and after observing a return to fishing and clam harvesting activities between 2010 and 2015. Fishing had been an important, my aim, firstly, the aim of this research is to contribute to environmental sustainability and the enhancement of Ecomuseum, Seixal Ecomuseum. Fishing had been an important activity in Seixal from the 16th until the mid-20th centuries, but it almost disappeared in the 60s of the 20th century. Like fishing, other activities such as shipbuilding, navigation, mining, and industry emerged in Seixal territory due to its geographic location and environmental characteristics. These aspects led me to question about the importance of the specificities of a local territory in the way it influences human actions and how persons perceive and interact with the environment. Through an ethnographic approach to local fishing, I'm seeking for documenting continuities and ruptures of this activity from the mid-19th century to the present day, combining ethnographic and archive research. This research is based on the conceptual perspectives of agency, resistance, Anthropocene, sustainability, and relational and experiential epistemology, which I believe complement each other and provide multiple responses in the analysis of this context. From these conceptual perspectives, I'm questioning whether the apparent linearity of the processes of decline of fishing activities does not occur in a crisis situation. This question served as a starting point for analyzing human activity in Seixal's territory, seeking to understand the practices of the local communities and verifying whether it is related to regional, national, or international scales to which this place and its groups are connected through socioeconomic flows and contexts. In this research, 3 groups were defined as universe of analysis. A first group of professional fishermen from Seixal who fish at sea and in the Tagus estuary with boats. A second group in which I considered all persons without previous experiences in this activity and who only in recent years became harvesters of clam and other species for survival or as an economic supplement to other sources of income. and finally a third group of fishermen living near salt marshes area. This fieldwork took place in two phases. The first one with persons who fish and gather clams in beach near salt marshes and in urban riverside areas, and the second with professional fishermen who fish at sea and in the Tagus estuary from boats. Some results of this work show that the realities of these groups are interconnected. The persons who daily collect clams in riverside areas have very diverse backgrounds. Some are fishermen families from neighboring municipalities of Seychelles that have been resettled here after their former residential area by Tagus riverside has been urbanized, and others came from other regions of Portugal and lived here for about 3 decades. Based on the discourses and accounts of life and family stories, poverty and diversity of survival strategies have been a constant across generations. The return to catching species in the river, which I observed after 2010, and which I interpreted as the action of persons acting in difficult times and in context of inequality and asymmetry, has been confirmed both in the experiences of my interlocutors and in their narratives. Almost all of them mentioned that between 2011 and 2014, the number of men and women in the river was much higher than the one I observed later. When asked about the reasons that led them to this activity, they referred the need to earn a living after unemployment, but also as a way to supplement insufficient retirement pensions and temporary work. Their life stories are full of experiences of precarious work, unemployment following the closure of factories, and experiences of immigration. Professional fishermen also have diverse backgrounds. For them, clam harvest has been an activity practiced by their grandparents and parents. In their accounts, this activity appears as a means of survival in difficult times, whether in a more distant time of hunger and poverty during their childhood, or throughout their lives of precarious work, and particularly in times of crisis. Currently, there are several cases of professional fishermen and shellfish gatherers who either combine both catches or opt for clam gathering, even illegally, because they believe this is the species that provides immediate and better returns. Immigration and fishing, including shellfish harvesting, are two of survival strategies most frequently experienced by both professional fishermen and clam harvesters. Their reports confirm, too, that they only return to the sea when they have no other work opportunities or when they want to supplement their income. Most of these persons have or have had some connection with the river or maritime environment, whether through fishing, shipbuilding, other related activities, or through their families. With diverse life experiences, when faced with moments of crisis, those groups choose the possible practices, in many cases illegal, within the context of their realities and scope of possibilities, which allow them to escape from difficulties, but also from other impositions. Whether in fishing or clam gathering, the line between legal and illegal actions is very thin. There is an almost permanent situation of illegality regarding the catch areas where they often harvest, the species targets, and the capture techniques and instruments used. This context seems to correspond to the perspectives of Jane C. Scott, which offer particularly relevant perspective through the idea of everyday resistance as a form of adaptation to realities against the effects of capitalism through the loss of work. Resistance is sometimes expressed with illicit practices associated with the basic material survival needs. In the discourses of both professional fishermen and clam harvesters, there is a constant criticism to authorities and to the bureaucracy regarding licensing processes. The preference for an out-of-control activity linked with the idea of freedom, choosing this work, even if it is illegal, can be an option to escape state control, as they often expressed. Here, each person is responsible only for their work and for what they receive from it at the end of each tithe. Concluding, the data collected through this ethnographic field work allow us to glimpse the daily realities of some of these persons and perceive how they act in a local context that interconnects with other levels or scales. Ethnography allowed us to see and understand the invisible life of local fishing groups. Those are fluid groups characterized by diversity and movement. By acting on the environment, those persons seize the opportunities offered by the river and the estuarine environment, provided both by the entry of species that migrate from the sea to spawn in the Tagus estuary and by favorable waters for bivalve species currently valued commercially. Beyond the opportunity to catch fish from the environment, they take advantage of a context of increased value for some species, such as clams, that connects with other levels that go beyond the local and national levels. Since most bivalve catches are for external commerce and processing chains, especially to Spain, local groups are also subjected to the contingencies and fluctuations of those markets. These human groups rely on the availability of environmental resources, which in this context appears to have fostered subsistence practices. These activities seem to be survival strategies and a way of resistance through possible practices, but also as life options within the possibilities of choice in their species, despite highlighting the difficulties and needs that led them to dedicate themselves to fishing or clam harvesting. Most persons associate these activities to their idea of freedom, which in many cases is also linked to their perception of the environment and nature. The experiences and the discourses of those persons who act on the environment show that this activity is a survival strategy and a choice of life, present throughout their lives of precarious work, especially in moments of crisis. Here, the environment is not perceived as something separate from their lives, but as a continuity and an obvious possibility of life. Thank you.
So do you have any question for Ms. Gomes? No? Okay, thank you, Adelina. So we ask to Ms. Marta Gual, she's coming from the University of Girona. She's running from the University of Girona. She is going to speak us about her presentation that is called The Museum as an Authentic Learning Space, a transversal view to educate beyond the boundaries of the school. And I'm very interested in this subject.
What a pleasure. Hello, everybody. I see some known faces here. My name is Marta. I want to thank you, Sylvia especially, and the organization for inviting me here today. I will do my talk in Catalan. Well, I was going to say if it's okay with you, but if not, I think I'm going to do it in Catalan. But if somebody has something that it's not well understood, or I can email Sylvia the presentation after if somebody wants to check something, so it's okay for me with that. Okay, I switch to Catalan now. This is very crazy, a little bit crazy. Quan la Sílvia em va demanar de fer una col·laboració o una contribució en el context d'aquestes jornades dels museus, vam estar discutint sobre quina podia ser l'aportació que jo podia fer, que és fruit també d'un treball col·laboratiu que fa molt temps que fem juntes, i aleshores del que teníem ganes com de conversar, o més que conversar, posar sobre la taula, era veure com els museus o els espais associats als museus poden ser una porta d'entrada per oferir a l'alumnat experiències d'aprenentatge diferents de les que tenen a l'escola. D'acord? I que una de les característiques que posàvem sobre la taula quan aprenem en els museus és aquesta mirada transversal. Ens fa qüestionar també què vol dir ensenyar i què vol dir aprendre. Quan canviem un espai, els que venim, diguéssim, de l'educació més formal, estem acostumats a tenir les quatre parets de la nostra aula de classe. Llavors, quan sortim a fora, a vegades, això et fa repensar, quan canvies d'espai, què vol dir ensenyar, què vol dir aprendre, quines limitacions suposa també sortir fora de l'aula en un espai que és conegut a nivell dels docents del sistema educatiu formal versus la manera que tenim d'ensenyar i aprendre en contextos que igualment són de suport al sistema educatiu formal però que són diferents. Llavors això, la idea d'aquesta xerrada és més aviat posar sobre la taula algunes idees que jo crec que aquesta tarda amb les ponències que tindreu aprofundiran en això, en com és aquesta vinculació entre el museu i l'escola, tot i que ja sé que aquest matí ja heu tingut experiències de col·laboració entre museus i centres educatius. Llavors, molt breument, diguéssim, això era com per explicar d'on vinc. Llavors, jo he tingut una experiència com a educadora ambiental durant molts anys. De formació inicial vaig ser ambientòloga, doncs soc. He estat durant molts anys treballant d'educadora ambiental, també he fet d'educadora de museus, i llavors mica en mica vaig anar formalitzant el meu àmbit de treball. Vaig estar treballant al Departament d'Ensenyament del Govern català a l'educació secundària, i actualment el que faig és que treballo en la formació de mestres d'educació infantil i primària, i sobretot la part de recerca, que és la que faig i la que m'interessa més, té a veure amb educació i sostenibilitat i educació en contextos, diguéssim, si voleu, menys formals. Llavors, el punt de partida de les coses que volia compartir amb vosaltres té a veure amb la idea de que ja no ens serveix plantejar-nos que educar serveix només per aprendre. I sembla que em tiri pedres a la teulada, però estem en un moment, diguéssim, i aquesta presentació la vaig preparar fa uns quants mesos, quan la situació geopolítica actual no era de la tensió que és actualment. Estem en un moment que l'educació ja no ens pot servir només perquè els nens i nenes aprenguin, sinó que hi ha d'haver-hi alguna altra cosa més. L'educació ha de servir per qüestionar, ha de servir per poder prendre decisions fonamentades amb el coneixement. I finalment, el que volem és que els nens i nenes, els ciutadans i ciutadanes del futur, tinguin aquest coneixement, puguin prendre decisions per transformar el lloc on viuen. Llavors, en aquest context, aprendre més enllà de l'escola o fora d'aquests límits de l'escola és absolutament una necessitat i és absolutament imprescindible. Aquí és on entre, diguéssim, la importància i el valor dels museus o els espais associats en els museus com a agents que contribueixen en aquest canvi de paradigma del que entenem que és l'educació i de per què ha de servir i, òbviament, aquesta necessitat de treballar per aquest canvi en direcció a la sostenibilitat, que també ens la podem mirar des d'una perspectiva molt crítica. Per tant, aquesta primera idea de que ja no n'hi ha prou d'aprendre dins de l'aula, dins de les quatre parets de l'escola, sinó que necessitem sortir fora de l'aula en diferents contextos i de diferents maneres per poder donar resposta als reptes que ens planteja la societat actual. I aquí és on vosaltres teniu aquest paper tan important. Aleshores, només per esbossar algunes, diguéssim, característiques que, òbviament, vosaltres veniu del món dels museus. Per tant, això que posa aquí, vosaltres ja ho sabeu, no? Algú podria pensar, la Marta està dient obvietats, perquè nosaltres ja ho sabem. Llavors, el que us vull dir, heu de pensar, és que això és com la visió, diguéssim, des d'algú que es dedica a l'altra banda, no? Des de la visió d'algú que treballa amb els mestres, no? I que els hi vol explicar quin valor tenen els museus o els centres de ciència o aquells espais associats a aquestes maneres de treballar fora de l'aula. Llavors, d'entrada, que sou un espai que complementa el currículum. És a dir, no n'hi ha prou amb el que fem a l'escola, amb les 5 o 6 hores que nosaltres podem tenir al dia amb l'alumnat, perquè no es pot aprendre tot. És com jo en els alumnes de la universitat, jo els dic, jo no us ho puc ensenyar tot el que necessitareu per ser mestres. El que necessiteu és anar a l'escola i fer moltes pràctiques per veure com funciona una escola. Doncs amb els museus i l'escola ens passa el mateix. Sou imprescindibles per poder aprendre tot el que el currículum i la legislació ens demana que els nens i nenes aprenguin en la seva escolarització obligatòria. Per tant, des del meu punt de vista, els museus i els equipaments associats són un aliat del sistema educatiu. D'acord? A més, almenys aquí a Catalunya i a Espanya tenim un currículum que en l'última, diguéssim, versió ha augmentat el nombre de competències transversals. D'acord? És a dir, és un currículum que ha afegit moltes idees o competències que els alumnes han de tenir en acabar de ser escolaritzats que tenen a veure amb aquesta transversalitat, amb el saber fer, per exemple, amb el saber estar, amb saber comunicar-se, amb aprendre de maneres diferents. Aleshores, és en aquest sentit que jo considero que les aliances entre l'escola i els museus són absolutament imprescindibles per donar resposta en el que la llei diuen els mestres que a Catalunya i a Espanya s'ha de fer. Una altra cosa, una altra idea, no? Com us deia, per mi, quan jo penso en què vol dir ensenyar i aprendre en el context d'un museu, surt aquesta paraula d'un aprenentatge autèntic. Com us deia, si parlem de la necessitat o des de la perspectiva que educar ha de servir perquè els nens i nenes i els joves prenguin decisions fonamentades amb el coneixement i puguin transformar el lloc on viuen, necessitem que ho experimentin també, no? Necessitem proporcionar aquestes experiències que en diem autèntiques. Això ve sobretot del camp, com teniu aquí, del camp de l'educació ambiental, no? Del que reivindiquem, de dir, el fet de sortir fora de l'aula ens ofereix aquesta possibilitat de donar a l'alumnat experiències d'aprenentatge autèntiques. Aleshores, si bé a dins d'una aula també es produeixen aquestes situacions, per mi és clar que quan sortim fora de l'aula i venim a un espai com és el museu, que està pensat en una de les seves parts per contribuir en aquest sistema educatiu, doncs és molt més fàcil. Per tant, una altra vegada, els museus com un espai que ens ajuda a oferir aquestes experiències d'aprenentatge autèntic i que contribueixen en aquesta idea que us deia al principi de desenvolupar aquesta mirada crítica del món per poder prendre aquestes decisions transformadores, informades, sobretot, i responsables. Aleshores, si voleu més a nivell didàctic o a nivell metodològic, què implica, com us deia, a vegades quan canviem d'un espai, per exemple dins de l'escola, quan sortim de l'aula i ens anem al pati, a un espai exterior però que està dins l'escola, ja ens plantegem la docència d'una manera diferent. Les relacions que s'estableixen també són diferents. Quantes vegades no hem sentit, segurament aquí, no? Si hi ha educadors i educadores de museu, que una mestra et diu, ostres, estic al·lucinant amb el comportament d'aquest nen o aquesta nena, perquè no té res a veure com es comporta dins de l'escola i el que estic veient avui. Això té a veure amb l'espai, no? Estar fora de l'aula ens proporciona unes interaccions i una manera de relacionar-se diferent i sobretot també molt més horitzontals, no? En l'experiència que jo he pogut tenir a l'hora d'acompanyar educadors i escoles quan visiten museus. Per tant, es produeix aquest canvi en els rols i en les dinàmiques d'aprenentatge. Gairebé sempre, no? Quan anem a fer una activitat de museu, ens trobem activitats que estan pensades des d'unes metodologies superactives, no? Amb treball col·laboratiu o treball cooperatiu, o anem a un museu que el que ens proporciona és resoldre un repte, no? Per exemple, i en comptes de seguir un itinerari com s'hagi pogut fer d'altres vegades, et proporciona un repte de principi i llavors després del recorregut del museu pots resoldre aquest repte, d'acord? Llavors, el que us deia, aquesta manera, no? El fet del patrimoni, que després vindrà aquesta idea, la disposició del material, per exemple, jo sempre faig molt èmfasi, és una cosa que en un museu o en un centre de ciència es cuida molt, la disposició del material, i quins objectes exposem i quins no, per exemple. Llavors, això també ens ajuda, per exemple, a fer-nos preguntes, no? Moltes vegades quan des d'un museu es planifica una activitat o s'escull una peça per començar una activitat, no és gratuït, hi ha molta feina allà al darrere de dir per què hem escollit aquesta peça i no una altra. Doncs perquè volem que els nens i nenes o els joves quan vinguin es facin aquesta determinada pregunta. Per exemple, volem suggerir conversar sobre un determinat aspecte, no? Per exemple, aquí al Museu de Sant Feliu utilitzen molt les fotografies, no? Llavors, com a través d'observar una fotografia, una imatge, els nens i nenes comencen a fer-se preguntes i a conversar o a sortir idees en una conversa que seria molt més difícil que sortissin gairebé de forma natural o espontànies. Per tant, és un aprenentatge que clar que té a veure amb el contingut disciplinari o amb el coneixement, però té molt a veure en aquesta connexió emocional i afectiva. D'acord? Aquesta manera diferent de relacionar-se i aquesta idea, precisament, que sempre expliquem tant, de que allò que aprenem a l'escola ha d'estar connectat amb la realitat, o ha de servir en el dia a dia, o ha de tenir a veure amb la vida quotidiana. Doncs quan anem a un museu, aquest pont, diguéssim, és explícit. I per tant això ens ajuda des de l'escola a veure com el museu ens pot ajudar a apropar-nos a aquesta realitat que a vegades des de l'escola està com una mica més allunyada. I en tota aquesta situació, lògicament, el paper dels educadors de museu és clau. És clau i és fonamental. Jo vull aprofitar aquí per reivindicar i posar en valor el paper dels educadors i les educadores de museu, perquè això, la vostra feina, diguéssim, és imprescindible i llavors, doncs, gràcies per ser-hi i per fer també la vostra feina. Llavors, com us deia, no? Jo també pensava, què té de diferent? Quan nosaltres des de l'escola anem a un museu, què tenim de diferent? A part d'un espai diferent, on ens relacionem de manera diferent, on podem aprendre de manera diferent, què té d'únic i especial? Doncs clar, és el patrimoni. Una de les vostres missions més importants és la conservació del patrimoni, la difusió del valor d'aquest patrimoni. Jo treballant amb el Museu d'Història he après moltes coses de patrimoni que no sabia. De fet, també he après que el patrimoni és molt més que un objecte que es pot tocar, sinó que també té a veure amb les tradicions, amb les maneres de fer. Llavors, clar, això és únic. Això és una cosa que teniu als museus i que, per tant, s'ha de cuidar, s'ha de posar en valor. I llavors és aquesta idea de com una tradició o el patrimoni en el seu sentit més ampli ens connecta amb el territori, no? Una cosa que també és tan important i que moltes vegades, no, és això, des de l'escola tenim aquesta limitació que no aconseguim fer aquesta transferència d'allò que passa dins l'escola té a veure amb allò que passa fora de l'escola. Tenim dificultats en poder fer aquesta transferència. En canvi, com us deia, en els museus, com que treballem a partir del patrimoni, ja sigui material o no, aquesta connexió amb el territori, no dic que sempre passi i no dic que sempre sigui directa, però és molt més senzilla d'aconseguir. Per tant, aquesta connexió amb el territori què fa? Que també contribueix a aquesta construcció d'identitat dels nens i nenes i dels joves, que valorin el lloc on viuen. A vegades, depèn de l'edat, fins i tot tenen, treballant amb joves, sobretot a vegades ha passat que les idees que tenen al voltant del lloc on viuen són més aviat negatives. I després de fer un procés de conèixer el patrimoni, de conèixer les històries que hi ha darrere de cada un dels llocs, del lloc, de l'espai on viuen, diuen, ostres, no ho sabia, que a Sant Feliu, per exemple, passava tot això. No sabia que, tal com és ara, per exemple, un determinat paisatge té a veure amb la gent que vivia abans aquí i tot el que han fet per arribar-hi. Per tant, això, veure com també una altra funció que va més enllà de la funció educativa dels museus és aquesta construcció de la identitat i llavors, òbviament, això més que una realitat és més com un desig, de dir, normalment, això amb educació ambiental es diu molt, tendim a valorar més allò que entenem o allò que coneixem. Per tant, si podem acostar aquest patrimoni a l'alumnat i al professorat perquè el valorin, el respectaran més i llavors tant de bo que puguin contribuir a conservar més aquest patrimoni. O venen, per exemple, amb l'escola a veure la caseta de salvament i després al cap de setmana diuen, ai, per què no hi anem amb la família, per exemple, anem a veure com és, Per tant, això és una funció molt interessant. Llavors, a nivell educatiu, com us deia, oportunitats del treball a partir del patrimoni, doncs clar, que ens obre aquesta possibilitat de treballar interdisciplinàriament. És a dir, jo no puc entendre com és avui en dia el monestir d'aquí Sant Feliu sense una visió interdisciplinària. Necessito la visió des de les ciències socials, la visió des de la història, la visió des de la geografia, des de la gastronomia, per exemple, des de la història de la cuina. Aleshores jo, des de l'escola, com que sempre reivindiquem tant, treballar a partir de problemes que es puguin resoldre des de mirades interdisciplinàries i a vegades no sabem com fer-ho, treballar partint d'aquest patrimoni és un molt bon recurs que tenim a les escoles per poder treballar d'aquesta manera interdisciplinària. Per tant, ens ajuda a treballar des d'aquesta manera globalitzada, és a dir, partir d'un cas concret per poder pensar com això connecta amb altres realitats que passen actualment en el món o com connecta amb les experiències de l'alumnat. Aquí, per exemple, alguna vegada hem parlat de casos de com la visita a un determinat espai d'una ciutat o d'un poble genera tota una sèrie de controvèrsies perquè col·lideix o qüestiona les experiències pròpies de cadascun dels nens i nenes, de les seves famílies, de les seves històries. Llavors, això està bé que passi. Això està bé que passi. Per tant, per mi, diguéssim, això és una cosa que jo la valoro en positiu i, com us deia, tornant al principi, amb aquesta idea de que l'educació ha de servir per transformar i, per tant, per promoure aquest pensament crític, doncs la interdisciplinarietat i aquesta connexió amb allò que és global és fonamental. Per acabar, o per continuar ja acabant, us volia posar com a exemple el cas de la feina que hem fet entre la Universitat de Girona, en concret amb els estudis de mestres, i el Museu d'Història de Sant Feliu de Guíxols. És una col·laboració que jo intentava recordar quan va començar, però la veritat és que fa moltíssim. Aleshores, és una col·laboració que s'ha pogut sostenir al llarg del temps, que això és una de les coses més complicades que hi ha, poder sostenir una col·laboració, una aliança institucional. Ja que parlem d'ODS, al llarg de tota la conferència, doncs l'ODS el 17, que parla d'establir aliances entre institucions. Em perdonareu, però el difícil no és establir una aliança o començar-la. El que és difícil és que es pugui sostenir en el temps. Jo crec que el cas del museu, també volia aprofitar aquest moment per explicar això, que ha sigut una aposta molt clara del museu el voler sostenir aquesta aliança i llavors a dia d'avui encara ho continuem fent. Què fem? Amb les alumnes de la universitat que estan estudiant per ser mestres de primària, venim aquí al museu, llavors les educadores ens fan uns tallers adaptats, perquè no fan el taller només com el fan els nens, sinó que també ens expliquen les reflexions didàctiques que hi ha darrere aquests tallers. El que us deia abans, per què hem escollit una fotografia per començar aquest taller? Doncs perquè volem que els nens i nenes es facin preguntes al voltant d'això, que és el que al final jo vull explicar, o està vinculat amb aquest patrimoni del que vull que els nens i nenes aprenguin. Llavors, clar, això és possible perquè aquí el museu ha fet una aposta per estabilitzar l'equip educatiu i perquè és un equip educatiu que és molt obert, diguéssim, i és molt receptiu a qüestionar-se les maneres que tenen de treballar i dir, vale, doncs anem a provar coses diferents. Va, Marta, ens arremanguem i anem a provar coses diferents. Això també jo ho vull posar en valor perquè no t'ho trobes a tot arreu. Llavors, el que deia, per poder sostenir una aliança al llarg del temps es necessiten molts factors i crec que en aquest museu els hem trobat tots. Aleshores, venim amb les alumnes que estan estudiant per ser mestres d'educació primària, fem aquests tallers i llavors elles, amb el que hem treballat a la universitat, el que fan és una revisió crítica de les activitats que hem fet aquí al museu i fem propostes fonamentades, que això és bàsic, d'idees que elles tenen per poder modificar o transformar aquelles activitats tenint en compte la seva visió de mestres. Per tant, aquí també el museu està posant en valor quin és el punt de vista de les mestres, l'opinió de les mestres quan venen al museu. Això és importantíssim. Llavors, com us deia, el que fem és que el museu ens ofereix els educadors de museus, i això no sé si totes les escoles ho saben, tenen una predisposició immensa a adaptar-se a les necessitats de les escoles. Jo crec que això no totes les escoles ho saben perquè si no potser ho aprofitaríem més. A vegades m'ha passat que en alguns museus els he hagut de dir, bueno, és que l'escola també s'ha d'adaptar, perquè si no a vegades es malacostumem i ens demanen activitats, us demanen activitats a la carta. Ara, que sí que està bé poder consensuar prèviament, quan anem al museu, què vindrem a fer? Llavors, mentre estem aquí, fem aquesta activitat tan important i després, que aquesta és la cosa que encara ens falta, és què fem amb allò que hem estat treballant en el museu. Avaluarem el que han après els nens i nenes, per exemple, d'aquella activitat. El fet de venir al museu ha sigut un punt de partida per al projecte trimestral que farem a l'escola? O venir al museu ha sigut com el tancament, per exemple, segur que això també us hi trobeu, hi ha escoles que venen per tancar un projecte que han estat treballant durant un trimestre i hi ha escoles que fan és venir al museu per començar un nou projecte. Llavors, és important que les activitats, com us deia, tinguin sentit abans, durant i després. Llavors, què fa que tinguin sentit? Aquesta connexió, d'acord? Però també que siguin capaces de connectar, el que dèiem abans, connectar diferents sabers, connectar diferents mirades, amb aquesta idea de transversalitat, com deia el títol de la conversa, i intentar, com us deia, qüestionar aquests límits dels espais on es pot aprendre i on es pot ensenyar. Desdibuixar aquest límit entre educació formal i educació no formal, el que passa dins l'escola i el que passa fora de l'escola. Al final, tots treballem amb la mateixa finalitat, que és contribuir a formar ciutadans crítics, responsables i que siguin capaços de prendre decisions. Per tant, crec que venir al museu també és una oportunitat per qüestionar aquests límits dels espais d'aprenentatge. I finalment, posar en valor l'avaluació. Aquí al Museu d'Història de Sant Feliu de Guíxols hem estat fent un treball profund amb l'equip educatiu i amb la direcció al voltant de l'avaluació de les activitats, d'acord? I l'any passat ho varen començar a implementar i és preciós veure com els nens i nenes, quan acaben una activitat, són capaços de fer-se noves preguntes diferents. Són capaços d'identificar paraules clau de l'activitat que han fet i que, a més, la majoria són les mateixes. Per tant, la idea principal ha quedat clara. i són capaços d'explicar allò que han après. Que al final, com us deia, quan els museus treballen amb l'escola, sí que una de les finalitats és donar a conèixer el patrimoni, però l'altra també és que els nens i nenes aprenguin. Llavors, que mitjançant activitats d'avaluació puguem tenir informació com a museu d'allò que han après els nens i nenes, està molt bé. Més enllà de us ha agradat, no us ha agradat, us ho heu passat bé? Perquè aquestes preguntes són importants, però a vegades no ens permeten visibilitzar tot allò que ha passat mentre els nens i nenes estaven aquí. Llavors, ara sí, per acabar, com us deia, jo crec que els museus són un aliat per transformar el currículum, per poder tenir aquesta mirada crítica cap a quina és la finalitat última d'ensenyar i aprendre, i que per tant aquestes aliances entre escola i museu són imprescindibles. Ara bé, aquestes aliances han de tenir suport institucional per poder-se sostenir. No pot ser que aquestes aliances només es puguin sostenir amb la voluntat, amb les hores extres i amb la passió per la feina de cadascú dels qui hi participen. Estem molt acostumats a sostenir aliances d'aquesta manera i crec que és moment de dir, doncs d'aquesta manera no, a qualsevol preu no, fem les coses ben fetes i que tinguin sentit. Llavors crec que sí, el suport institucional és fonamental també perquè aquestes aliances puguin contribuir. Clar que hi ha barreres de logística, de coordinació, d'objectius, clar que n'hi ha, però continuo dient que el tarannà dels equips educatius dels museus és extremadament obert en comparació amb altres professionals, per exemple, i teniu aquesta capacitat de dir, vale, va, anem a revisar. Jo hi ha hagut vegades que treballant amb algunes entitats els he de dir, prou ja, no reviseu més, està perfecte el que feu, no reviseu res més, no feu més canvis. Llavors és curiós com aquesta necessitat d'estar-se sempre revisant les pràctiques que feu. Per tant, recollint el títol de la xerrada i també el títol d'aquesta conferència, navegar cap a aquest futur sostenible, per mi són aquestes paraules clau que tenen a veure amb com ho podrem fer des dels museus per contribuir a aquesta transformació curricular, aquesta mirada crítica. Poder oferir aquesta educació, com us deia, autèntica i transformadora fora de l'escola. Calen aliances per una educació més significativa, per tant, que tingui més sentit. Els museus són aquest espai on passen moltes coses alhora, on connectem coneixement amb emocions, amb territori, i per tant ajuden a construir aquesta identitat tan fonamental pels joves. I jo que vinc de la part més de la didàctica, més específica, quan vas a un museu és que penses de manera diferent, sents de manera diferent, actues de manera diferent i al final aprens de manera diferent. I això crec que és molt valuós i per això, ara sí, per acabar, considero que els museus i els equipaments associats sou clau per poder avançar cap a aquest futur sostenible, més just en la mesura del possible, més resilient. Així que moltíssimes gràcies, gràcies Sílvia, i estic a la vostra disposició pel que faci falta. Gràcies.
Gràcies. No sé si teniu cap pregunta a fer-li a la Marta Gual. Any question? Vale, doncs, Sílvia, ja estaríem.
We can go to the lunch in the garden a l'hort del rector. If you follow us, we can go through the museum. A través del museu ens hi podrem acostar. Gràcies i fins ara. començar? Well, we are going to start this session. Thea will moderate this session and I'll give you the word.
Pensiamo ahora. We will start now with, let's say, a little bit of Croatian. We have Sandra Bareshin from Betina Museum of Wooden Shipbuilding. Sandra habla del rol del Museo di Betina in educación marítima.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. I'll speak in English so everyone can understand. I hope you had a nice lunch. I had a bit of wine, so don't mind if something happens during the presentation. Okay, so I'm really excited to introduce you to Betina Museum of Wooden Shipbuilding and its important role in maritime and environmental education. Our museum is much more than a place that preserves history. It actively engages visitors of all ages in learning experiences that connect traditional craftsmanship with modern environmental and community challenges. Here at the museum, education is not just about observing history. It goes beyond the museum walls. It's about engaging visitors in hands-on learning experiences where they can touch, feel, explore, and participate. It's also about passing knowledge from one generation to the next one, keeping traditional skills alive and meaningful. For our youngest visitors, we've created a program called The Little Shipbuilder, which I will talk about in the next slides. And through this puppet show, children are introduced to wooden boat building in a playful and fun way. They learn about community, sustainability, and the importance of traditional craftsmanship. The museum's success relies actually on strong community collaboration. We work closely with local boat builders, with skippers, with educators, kindergartens, schools, and families, building partnerships that give our programs a real lasting impact. Museum is much more than a simple repository of history. It actively demonstrates how maritime heritage institutions actually can contribute to quality education. And the museum addresses contemporary challenges related to community sustainability. It shows us that heritage is not something that we preserve, but something to engage with, to learn from, and to make relevant for today's world. Actually, museum's educational philosophy revolves around fostering a deep awareness of maritime culture. For example, during the summer months, we have a program called Sail in a Gaeta, where you can learn how to sail with our skipper and with a tour guide also. So each Tuesday we have groups where they sail in a traditional wooden boat, Gaeta Maria. It is 100 years old wooden boat, Gaeta, and they can sail, have a coffee, swim, and they can learn some really significant things. So practical and hands-on learning is the heart of the museum's approach, and from children to adults, everyone has the opportunity to interact directly with natural materials and tools. So it is crucial to connect heritage, education, and sustainability. And museums are not just places to display objects, they are vibrant spaces for learning, dialogue, and community engagement. Here you can see one of our workshops in action. So children engage with traditional tools and natural materials, of course, with the guides and curators, and they learn through doing. And these hands-on experiences make the process tangible. As you can see on the photo, they made a small wooden boat. As I mentioned before, we also offer an original puppet show called The Little Shipbuilder. It is actually named Shipbuilder's Alphabet, and it is specifically designed for our youngest visitors. I wrote this book for children a couple of years ago, and then I decided it's a good idea to maybe make a puppet show so children can actually, through performance, introduce children to boat building in a playful way. And through the adventures of this curious young shipbuilder and his animal friends, the show uses humor, visual storytelling, and songs to convey key ideas about shipbuilding, community, and environment. This show actually sparks an early interest in maritime identity. It presents these themes in a format that are both accessible and creative, and allowing children to engage with their local heritage in really fun way. On these pictures, you can see children watching the Little Shipbuilder's puppet show, and we have 4 characters. Paško, named after Paško Filippi, the first shipbuilder that came to Betina, and his animal friends, sheep Cvita, Muki the cat, and donkey, it's called Gritsko. And I play Cvita, the sheep, in a show. So we closely work with local boat builders, and they provide us authentic knowledge and skills, and their expertise enriches the learning experience, allowing visitors to engage with traditional craftsmanship. Betina Museum's model highlights how maritime heritage institutions can become vital centers for environmental education. We try not to use plastic materials, we only use paper, wood, and everything is engaged with a deeper respect for natural resources and encouragement for responsible stewardship of the sea. Education at the museum goes beyond simply teaching skills. It represents both cultural continuity and ecological awareness. And by learning, visitors not only connect with centuries-old craftsmanship, but they also develop a deeper understanding of sustainable practices and our responsibility toward the sea. As you can see on the photo, this is our skipper, and he sails with children. So they don't only watch him doing it, but they also do it with him. So everything is, the main practice is actually connecting generations through storytelling and through showing. So to summarize the key takeaways, heritage can act as a catalyst for sustainability. Experiential learning fosters environmental awareness, and collaboration strengthens the impact of our programs. Creative approaches such as puppet shows, hands-on workshops, sailing allow us to reach audiences of all ages. We don't only sail with children, we also sail with adults, and sometimes the whole families come and take an excursion. So we warmly invite you to join the journey, come aboard, explore Betina's maritime heritage with us through museum visits, books, performances, workshops, and exhibitions. Immerse yourself in the world of traditional shipbuilding and discover the joy of learning about our culture and our sea. This is something from our workshops, and thank you very much. Thank you.
She hosts us very well in Sesimbra, and this year she presents Zero Impact of Maritime Culture. And there you may start.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to thank to our dear colleagues, Lourdes and Sylvia, for hosting the forum this year. They have our melanzanas from Portugal, from Sesimbra. It's an honor to be here again. So I will speak in English because I speak Portuguese and I don't speak Italian at all. So I will speak and I don't believe you want me to speak in Portuguese. So I will speak to English. So last year, all the participants of the forum had the opportunity to visit the Coastal Cultural Center, which is the new expansion of Sesimbra Maritime Museum. It was an old building from the beginning, an historical building from the beginning of the 20th century, and it was abandoned. In 2020, we had the opportunity to apply to a European fund from Iceland, Norway, and Liechtenstein called e-grant, and we decided to create the first cultural coastal center in Portugal. So we succeed. We finished the renovation of the building in May of 2024, so a few months after our forum, and now is a very important cultural hub in Sesimbra. Just to talk about the project itself, the project was not only about renovating the building, but was about knowledge exchange with Norway. We had many visits to Norway. The Norwegian come to Portugal. We changed knowledge in areas of boat building, sustainable fisheries, and it was amazing. We worked with the Arctic University of Norway and with the Norsk Maritime Museum in Oslo, and we had this opportunity to create a bridge between Sesimbra, Portugal, and Norway. So Fram, which is very, very famous, a very famous icebreaker in a museum in Oslo, we had the opportunity to change experiences with groups of the friends of the museum, of the Maritime Museum in Oslo. So it was very, very, very important for us to create this bridge with Norway. We had the chance, the opportunity to work in educational programs with the Arctic University of Norway, and we gather elder people, younger people, people with specific needs, in order to, starting with the maritime inspiration, to create art. And this art is exhibited in our museum. We created the chance of elder people and people with disabilities and the students to work, to use the ROVs, the subaquatic robots, and see for the first time the bottom of the ocean, which was really, it was a very, very emotional moment for us, so people could connect with the ocean. We created exhibitions, we created artistic performances with our community. We changed knowledge with the students of the university, and they worked at the museum helping storing and cleaning and conserving the ethnographical maritime objects. And they went they went fishing with our fishermen, and the Norwegian helped us as well to perform. And to this image is the image of a program that we have called the Maritime Stories Journeys. And in the last weekend of May, we collect stories from our community, and we tell them on the streets. So the main purpose is to connect random people with our maritime heritage and with the maritime narratives of our fishermen. This is a collective exhibition called Living with the Ocean. It was inaugurated in Sesimbra in April 2024. It was exhibited in Norway, in Harstad in the north of Norway, in Brussels, in Sri Lanka, now is in Canada, because the Arctic University of Norway has many projects among the planets. And this exhibition was very important because we asked people in Norway and in Portugal about their personal perspectives of living with the ocean. And we collect many testimonials, many information. And in every country, 4 of the canvas of the exhibition change in order to give voice to the community of that specific country. We went to Tromsø, of course, many times, and it was very important because we invited our stakeholders, the owners of the biggest fishing companies in Sesimbra, to come with us to the Arctic to learn with the Norwegian fishermen their techniques and to exchange the techniques that they use in Sesimbra for fishing. And it was very, very important because in this process everyone connected with our maritime culture and with the Norwegian maritime culture. And so today, 1 year after the project hasn't finished. The project, the Cultural Center, is going, and 1 year after, we are repairing historical ships, historical fishing ships. This one is called Ayola, is for fishing near the coast, and it was donated to the museum. And now, with the support of our boat builders, of our local boat builders, we were able to renovate and to recover the vessel. And in the Coastal Cultural Center, we are now, with the help of our community, learning more about the museum collections, because people we have a program. They go to our storage and they tell the narratives of the objects, the stories of family stories, personal stories, because we know that in those small maritime communities, the objects sometimes they have the same shape, but they change according to the family, to the specific family. So we are collecting those narratives, and we are now preparing a new catalog of the Maritime Museum that will be, we wanted to finish next year, and the name of the book will be Sesimbra Maritime Museum, One Object, one narrative of life, in order to give voice to all the community that donated objects to the museum. The impact of the Coastal Cultural Center was to promote an active life among elder people. Now we have more people, more volunteers working with us and participating in our activities. Not only the regular programs, but when we go, this is the big touristic fair in Lisbon, where everyone in the country promotes museums, heritage, touristical experiences, and we participate in March of 2025, and people from the community come with us and shared these maritime stories with the participants of the fair, which was really, really amazing. And the impact of this project was allowing us to introduce new experiences and new activity programs in the museum. Now we have yoga, we have music on the streets, people participate, and people are more connected with the museum, and they tell us what they want, what type of programs they want us to organize, what type of activities, and they themselves help us to organize and to do the guided tours, special guided tours to the museum, special programs, has been really, really important for us. This is an example of, I only know the name in Portuguese, but it's a popular celebration in June. It's very famous in Lisbon, called the Popular Sense. And with the ladies of our community, we brought back to life the stories of the young ladies that used to work in the fish cannon factories, which was a really hard work. And we collected those stories and transformed them into a collective artistic play. In May 2025, this project allows us to recreate the auction, the fish auction on the beach. It finished in the 70s, and we collect so many narratives, many stories, and it was very emotional because people that really had been there, that been in the auction in the 60s and 50s and 70s, remember the stories of the old fishermen, of the people that used to buy the fish, the widows that used to go to the fish auction in order to I think the proper word is to bag fish to feed the children, and it was really emotional. In the end, talking about the impact of the cultural center, this year in June 2025, the project won 6 awards, 6 national awards, and these awards had a very big impact in our community. Because today we are in this forum, we are talking about the future, we are talking about sustainability, but the future of our museums, particularly of our maritime museums, is based in the continuation and in the awareness that we raise in our community. Because if our community work along with us, and we instead of us work for our community, I think that our museums in these very uncertain times will have a chance to fight another day. Thank you so much.
Public institution, yeah, it's not my fault. They need to put me on. They don't want me to speak. So, Dražen Jovanović, Public Institution Museum and Galeritiva de Montenegro, dobar dan, izvolite. He will speak about museums and maritime heritage as a cross-cutting educational tool, the case of Montenegro.
Okay. First of all, I would like to emphasize my
gratefulness for being here among you. Thank you for the invitation on behalf of Public Institution Museum and Gallery Tivar from Montenegro. It is a really great pleasure to take part in a forum of this type. And I must say, although I have 15 years as a curator in maritime museums, and I participated many times on similar forums and congresses, this is my first time. I'm a little bit nervous, so please do not mind if I say something wrong or a little bit in mess. So first of all, because our museum is maybe the youngest museum and a part of this association, I would like to have a short introduction about Montenegro and its maritime heritage. I will tell a few words about the position, geographical position, and importance of Montenegro and the importance of its maritime heritage. Montenegro is a small country, one of the youngest European countries, situated in on the Mediterranean coast. It's placed in an area which is approximately in the middle between two big basins of Mediterranean waters, major parts of Mediterranean basin, eastern part and western part of it. So, as such, Montenegro always, and coastal area, littoral area of Montenegro always presented some kind of connection between east and west. Trade routes, civilization influences in past hundreds and thousands of years passed next and along our shores. Montenegro, as I said, is a very small country, but it has a rich maritime history, from first human settlements to modern days, from old stone carvings depicting ships, to Greek colonies, Illyrian pirates, and war with Roman Republic, Roman trade routes, medieval seafarers, well-known merchants, captains, and adventurers, to the heroes of modern days. This is just an example of what I was speaking. So here we have some stone carvings. Some of them are resembling ships. Illyrian Liburna, one of the traditional ships in the period before Christ. Illyrians were the people who settled eastern coast of Adriatic Sea, and were very well-known pirates. Byzantine dromons, Venetian galleys. This is galley St. Tryphon that took part in the famous Lepanto battle. Captains, merchants, and privateers. This guy here is one of the most interesting and tough guys from our naval history. He was a slave, enslaved by the Turks, but he managed to steal their biggest galleon, Ottoman crown. Later he became knighted and became a knight of Malta, and this other guy was admiral of the Russian fleet and one of the founders of the Russian, Admiral Zmaevich, one of the founders of Russian sea power under the Tsar of Peter the Great. Some heroes from modern times. This guy here was the first guy that sunk submarine from the airplane, happened just in front of the waters of Boka Bay from where I'm coming. Captain Konjević, Dimitrij Konjević, during the First World War, and we have also some heroes from the Second World War like Milan Spačić and Sergei Marshall. But this is just a short intro. I can speak about those guys for hours and hours, and I don't want to take your time. But besides those famous captains and naval heroes and pirates, we also have a strong tradition and connection of living with sea. So traditional ways of fishing, rich heritage connected with the with sea. This is one of the oldest traditions that we have, and it's still alive in Boca. I suppose many of you heard about it. It's Fascinada. It happens every year in the Bay of Kotor. Boca Navy, one of the oldest maritime associations in the world, dated from the 9th century. Traditional and historical boats and ships, from small fishermen vessels to submarines, trading ships, and other military vessels. Now I will tell you a few words about the institutions and museums in Montenegro that are connected to the maritime heritage, and what's actually they are doing, in what actually they did in the past couple of years. First of all, that's Maritime Museum in Kotor. I'm very sorry that my colleague, most of you know him, Ilija Mlinarević from Kotor, is not here, but he sends his regards to all of you. Then we have Museum of Perast. It's a small town near Kotor. Museum and Gallery of Tivat. I'm from there. And also kind of a private museum also in Tivat Naval Heritage Collection that is situated on the place where ex and old military naval base was for 120 years. In the past years, all those museums and institutions had many workshops, and we focused our activities on education, especially toward the youngest population. So we had, for example, museum from Kotor had school of fishing and how to catch the fish. They had sailing schools. We had also ship modeling schools and workshops, and of course we had workshops with younger population that for the youngest one to paint sea life and to develop their first connection with the sea, because we think that it's very essential and it's crucial to work with young population, with the youngest, because the future is theirs. Of course, I must mention also, for example, the making of replica of one of the oars from the old medieval galleys. But also we have also workshops with other populations. We have workshops with the older ones, seminars, congresses and forums, exchanging thoughts and ideas about how to improve the conservation and preservation of maritime heritage. Basically, we are doing what the rest of you are doing in your countries and in your museums. Many workshops, many educational programs, and a lot of work. But for example, this is a sailing school for the youngest generations. We took participants, and for example, how this is one of the workshops where we thought we work with a little bit older kids to make them interest for them to make wooden boats and replicas of the wooden boats and models. So basically, I said what we are doing is we are doing practically the same thing like you. Maybe the only difference is the difference in funds. Maybe we have less funds than bigger museums, because all of these institutions that I mentioned before are very small museums and small institutions. But basically, our goal is the same, and the challenges, I think, are also the same. Maybe our challenges are a little bit harder for us to sustain all those challenges, because we are a smaller country and there are not too many of us, just few of us, I may say, and I may call them enthusiasts, who are still struggling to maintain maritime heritage of our country. Over-urbanization is one of the biggest problems, not just for maritime heritage, but for the heritage in general in our country, in Montenegro. Over-tourism also. Lack of funds, of course, that's the common problem for everybody. But maybe the biggest problem is lack of institutional support and understanding. That's the challenge we all face in Montenegro. The guys who are in charge for money, the politicians, the guys who make the decisions, they still don't see us as an important part, or at least a very important part of society. Most of them see us as a kind of, I don't know, leeches that suck the money from the state body. But that's maybe the biggest problem. Lack of understanding. Most people still don't understand what we are doing and what we want to accomplish. That's why I'm here, to exchange knowledge with you, to take some know-how, to take some advices from you, and I really hope that people and my colleagues from other museums will help not just me, but the knowledge I gained here I will transfer to my colleagues in Montenegro. And of course, all those problems and challenges makes maritime heritage in Montenegro to be in danger. And of course, that's also the influence. There's also the influence of money and the big money, as Americans like to call it, the capital investments, and of course the lack of motivation. Among younger population, there are not too many people who wants to do this job, to study maritime studies, to study maritime history and to learn about maritime heritage. It's not attractive to them. They are much more attractive to, I don't know, management of all kinds, businesses, state development, and such kind of things. So those are the challenges for us, and I think that most of you have the same challenges in your countries and for your museums. Now I will just give you some examples of those challenges. This is a typical example of over-urbanization. This is the island. It's practically on the list of UNESCO heritage, Our Lady of Rocks. Maybe you saw the picture with the boats and around it. It's actually artificial island, part of our maritime heritage. I will tell you, for those who don't know the story about it. It was not the island originally. It was just a rock that was 1.5 meters above the sea level. But the merchants and sailors from Peras, nearby town, when they found the icon of a Virgin Lady on that rock, they decided to make a church. So every year by year, they throw rocks until they made an island. The tradition continues even 400 years later. It's one of the most beautiful sightseeing that you can see in our country. And suddenly, the big money, the capital, and regarding there was no regards about the complaints from the people from our branch, from people from cultural sphere. The government gave all necessary permissions to make such kind of, I don't know, it's a kind of urbicide, I would call it. This is an example of a modern, super modern apartment complexes that are now they are growing along our coastline like mushrooms after the rain. Over tourism, with people flocking on the narrow streets of the old towns, practically making life impossible for the locals and unsustainable. And everything is now in our towns, everything is made for them. Normal people practically cannot live normal life as they used to live in those towns again. Here is an example also of over-tourism. You can imagine a small, narrow bay, only 200 meters wide, that sometimes hosts 3 and sometimes even more big cruises like this. So this is the town of Kotor, the part of the no mind. A town of 10,000 inhabitants, and suddenly you have 4 cruising ships arriving, each cruising ship with 3,000 tourists, and all of them are flocking to the town. You know, so, but as I said, that's the race for money. That's what over-tourism and over-urbanization brought to us. Here is some people call this photo beautiful, but I wouldn't. This strait of Verige, Verige means chains, and in the old days, from this point to the other point, there was a big chain that was lifted to protect pirates, especially Ottoman and Algerian pirates, to enter the bay. So only 150 meters long, and then you have every day during the summer season big cruising ships passing. And here you can see the difference between traditional shipbuilding and modern shipbuilding. It's a kind of, I don't know, it's ugly. I don't know how to call it. Maybe, I don't know, but we will not discuss about the aesthetics, you know. And here is the traditional wooden boat from Tivat, Arsenalka. Arsenalka means a boat from Arsenal, because this area where now you can see the yard, and used to be a naval arsenal of Tivat. Shipyard with 120 years of tradition, with 4,000 people working on it, practically the whole town. Suddenly it was sold for, I don't know, I will not know how much, to a private investor who is making now marina for mega yachts and apartment buildings. So this wooden boat was made in that shipyard. It's a practically traditional, special type of pasara boat with the front part is got a small deck on it, and on the other side you have those big mega yachts. And of course, in those cases, the people who are coming to our places, to our towns, they do not force themselves to adapt to local community, to local heritage, to local traditions. They bring always with them something new, and that makes our heritage and our history to be enjoyed. This is the future of our coast. Somebody would say, okay, that's the necessity of the modern development, but I must remind you that our country has only 160 kilometers of coastline. So it's less than Costa Brava alone. And we have hotels and marinas for mega yachts, much more. So that's the influence of big money and investment capital, because when the guys from the outer world come to our country with the bags full of money, our government, of course, do everything to please them. And when our museums come for money for projects, for some actions, they don't give it to us. So this is also one of the examples. Naval Heritage Collection for Tivat Museum that was opened 14 years ago. I must say I was the first curator and the only curator for 13 years. But now practically it is closed because its position is in the middle of ultra-modern marina for mega yachts. They built a lot of buildings, but now they need new space. So the future is not very, very bright. A couple of years ago, this lower floor with the artifacts from the old shipyard, like old machines and tools, some of them are very fine examples of the industrial design of 19th century, was transferred to office space, and the artifacts are now in a storage. Museum was the only. This museum is the only, not the only, but one of the very few museums in the world that has not one but two submarines on display. And I'm very proud to say that I took part in a role to restore this big one, beautiful submarine gallery, for this display. But now those days are gone. The future is very, very insecure. But of course, there are some opportunities. That's cooperation on regional and international levels. Better visibility, especially using different museum networks and using new digital technologies. Of course, implementing new international conventions and standards. More and more education, not just for the young population, but also educate the older ones, and combine new technologies with old knowledge and heritage. I must say that museums, maritime museums especially, have big opportunities, because from my experience, maritime museums are among most attractive museums in the world. I'm not saying that because I used to working as a maritime curator. That's the fact, and that maybe on that side lays the strength and the power to change something. Also, maritime museums must be, I don't know which word to use. Maybe some of you will understand, maybe some of you will not understand. We must be faster, to walk, to think in advance of the time. We are living in a era of one-click era, one-click times. People don't have too much time to read the books, to visit the exhibitions, and to spend hours and hours in museum. Everything now is just one click away. So using modern technologies, but also trying to keep as much interesting as we can, maybe we can prevent the things that are happening or going to happen to our museum. So that's basically more action, and thank you for sorry for thank you for that.
I finished this antipathic work, so I leave the space for another moderator. Davide, please. No, non c'è la pausa, non c'è il caffè. Sì, devi andare tu, devi venire tu. Tu devi essere antipatico adesso.
Mi ha buttato on the stage così, in questo modo. Però Tia non hai chiesto se c'erano domande. Abbiamo già detto, non so. Va bene. E hai anche deciso che non c'è la pausa caffè. Ok, giustamente. Bene, allora è la volta di Tamara Nikolic, che ci racconta. Scusate, parlo in italiano, ma immagino capirete. Parliamo di una cosa molto importante, che è un progetto che nasce dentro la nostra associazione, che è un progetto che è nato diversi anni fa e che dopo un lungo lavoro è già arrivato a dei risultati importanti. Diciamo che siamo a metà strada e quindi è un progetto interessante sul quale continueremo a lavorare e sul quale appunto Tamara ci riferisce. Il progetto della candidatura UNESCO della Vela Latina e della Vela al Terzo per l'iscrizione nella lista rappresentativa del patrimonio immateriale dell'UNESCO. No, io direi dopo casomai su questa cosa facciamo anche un po' di dibattito se volete, però intanto siamo curiosi.
Usando l'AI, quindi se qualcosa è storto in spagnolo, scusatemi, però penso che si vede? Da quale versi? No? Più grande? Ok. Più grande? Okay, so dear colleagues, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about this. As you know, the initiative to safeguard Latin and Alterto sailing goes back several years. In 2019, we met for the first time in Barcelona as a network of maritime museums to facilitate dialogue between bearers of this tradition and the state institutions responsible for coordinating and submitting the nomination. It is therefore very meaningful to be here today again in the region, not directly in Barcelona, but still very near, and to speak about the success of this initiative. Before turning to the two key themes that emerged from this process, which is sustainable development in connection to what we are discussing during this forum, and the role of the Association of Mediterranean Maritime Museums, I would like to acknowledge the colleagues who have worked with me, along with the representatives of national ministries in preparing the nomination, David Vignola, Kate Šikić-Čubrić, Luisa Prieto, and Albert Forres Gomez, who are all here, along with colleagues from France, Greece, and Switzerland. Despite the lengthy online process, consultations, and numerous administrative challenges, an important milestone was our in-person meeting held in October 2024 on the island of Kirk, and I wish to thank the Duboc Maritime Heritage Interpretation Center for hosting us and really facilitating the collaboration and the mutual understanding between us, because of course in writing the nomination there are always some kind of issues that you have to discuss in person, and this was really a very important meeting for all of us. In line with this year's forum theme, I wish to stress that the nomination included a dedicated chapter on sustainable development, underlining the many ways in which the art of Latin and Alterto sailing contributes to sustainability across social, environmental, and economic dimensions. So I'll just move a little bit here. When we talk about quality education, of course, intergenerational community-based transmission functions as a form of non-formal education, enriching meaningful and contextually relevant learning. These pedagogical approaches enhance educational quality and have been integrated into school curricula in different countries. Here we have the example of my hometown of Rovinj, where the trapezoidal shape of the Alterto sail was used to teach mathematics, in this way really integrating it with the curricula at school. When talking about gender equality, traditional sailing strongly promotes gender equality. Whilst women were historically excluded from sailing in some communities, today they are regular crew members and trainees, actively participating and contributing to a shift away from male-dominated practices while raising awareness of women's rights. Inclusive economic development. Traditional sailing is incorporated into local sustainable development plans. Communities have created spaces for boat maintenance and sailing activities, developed public programs, and turned regattas and maritime festivals into meaningful, community-based tourism experiences. An excellent example comes from Italy's Romagna coast, where local administrations support traditional sailing gatherings as drivers of local tourism. Finally, environmental sustainability and climate action. Today we had a very inspiring talk, and I would like to thank the director of the Maritime Museum in Barcelona for the very inspiring talk that I think opened all of our minds. And I'm happy to say that both in the nomination form we have included environmental sustainability and climate action as a possibility to work forward with the nomination, as well as peace and social cohesion as a topic to further explore and to see how through our gatherings can be further elaborated. Beyond these topics, I would like to highlight the involvement of the UNESCO-accredited NGO network, including the Eco-Museum House of Batana that I represent, which actively participates in the Cultural 2030 Goal campaign, advocating for culture to be recognized as a standalone goal in the post-2030 agenda. I encourage all of you to explore and support this campaign, which will also be presented at the upcoming UNESCO Mondiacult conference in Barcelona at the end of this month. So the standalone campaign is a really important campaign that hopefully will see culture as the fourth pillar of sustainable development in the post-2030 agenda. Finally, I wish to briefly address the future role of our association in this nomination. Since the file was officially submitted to UNESCO in March 2025, it is currently under review. Well, sorry, it's not under review. It will be hopefully under review in 2026 with a possible inscription in 27. So it's a very long process, and because of the many of the high numbers of submissions, we couldn't enter this year in the evaluation process. We have proposed using future forums to host the annual meeting of the UNESCO partner countries involving policymakers and ministries who have supported the process. I truly believe that this could strengthen our network and create new opportunities for collaboration and, of course, facilitate the submissions of new countries and participation of new countries in this nomination, because this is the extension of the nomination is possible. Finally, the short film that we are about to see speaks best to the richness of our maritime heritage and reflected in traditional sailing, but it also showcases the microdiversity that makes each of our community unique in this global sphere. So thank you very much for your attention, and I would like now to just present you the film that was prepared for this nomination process. I don't know if should I just put it on, Sylvia? Okay, let me see. Is it okay like this? Sorry, we don't have the sound. Yeah. Let's stop it here because it's some nice sceneries. Okay. Let's start. No.
No, qui sembra tutto... Should I start? Okay. I think it's something from... Questo? No. I won't touch anything.
Il faut connaître la mer, connaître la météo, connaître l'environnement marin, avoir déjà cette connaissance et ensuite bien pratiquer et s'initier à cette navigation. C'est une navigation empirique, il n'y a pas de winch, c'est tout à l'ancienne, tous les cordages sont maniés à la main et il y a un proverbe qui dit « si tu ne me connais pas, tu ne me touches pas ». Donc c'est une navigation difficile et qu'il faut bien maîtriser.
Lasciala come un pochino e poi dai volta. Volta.
Questo è l'albero dell'Eudo, è un albero di piscopine pieno, ha più di 100 anni in questo caso perché è della banca precedente a questa. In genovese si diceva mula l'antenna, quindi passare l'antenna dalla parte sinistra dell'albero alla parte destra.
Ιδιαίτερα στο Αιγαίο, τα λατίνια πληθαίνουν χρόνο με το χρόνο, εκπροσωπώντας μια ζωντανή ναυπηγική και ναυτική παράδοση του αρχιπελάγους. Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι που τα πανιά αυτά δημιουργηθήκαν από τους προγόνους μας και χρησιμοποιούνται σήμερα από τα παιδιά μας για ειρηνικούς σκοπούς.
Posebno bih naglasila da takvi jedriličarski susreti čuvaju današnju drvenu brodogradnju i osnažuju duh zajednice.
Bueno, jo crec que serà la llatina no és només navegar amb el bot, que dona un ple importantíssim, sinó tot l'entorn que enrevolta el que és la llatina, el contacte humà amb les altres persones, el compartir coneixences, el compartir nomenclatura, el compartir moments a la mà i moments en terra que són difícils de substituir.
D'abord, je ne me cache pas que c'est un rapport très esthétique. Je trouve ces bateaux très beaux. Je trouve aussi que c'est des sensations très particulières d'être au ras de l'eau. On a vraiment l'impression d'être dans la mer et j'ai l'impression pour ceux qui découvrent la voile latine avec nous que c'est revenir à des plaisirs très primitifs, très premiers avec la voile. On a vraiment ces plaisirs-là d'avoir des bateaux maniables qu'on comprend facilement et on ressent le bois, on ressent la mer.
La vela sí que et dona un sentiment d'estar connectat amb la natura. Jo quan vaig a vela i sento el vent que l'està donant a la vela, l'està impulsant i m'estic propulsant, sento que estic connectat. Sento que no hi ha un traslado del vent, del vaixell o jo, som el mateix i em sento realment que estic connectant tant amb la natura com amb tota la tradició i tota la història que portem detrás, no? darrere d'aquest vaixell i darrere d'aquesta forma de navegar.
Έχει μια γοητεία, μια μαγεία άλλης εποχής. Το βλέπεις και νομίζεις ότι έρχεται έτσι πριν 200 χρόνια. Λέει, και λες, είναι μικρό, αλλά η ομορφιά του δίνει ανάστημα. Πρέπει να τα βλέπουμε, πρέπει να τα ζήσουμε. Δεν πρέπει να τα φέρουμε στα μέτρα μας και να τα χαλάσουμε. Πρέπει εμείς να πάμε στα μέτρα τα δικά τους. Αυτό είναι το πιο σοβαρό και το πιο σημαντικό. Δεν πρέπει να το κάνω να δουλεύει όπως μου κάνει και εμένα. Πρέπει να μάθω εγώ πώς δούλευε αυτό. Εμείς πρέπει να αναπτύξουμε μια γνώση και να λύσουμε γρίφους, να αποκτήσουμε την αντίληψη που είχαν οι τότε άνθρωποι, γιατί αυτά το ότι δούλευαν το έχουν αποδείξει εδώ και δεκαετίες.
Ho insegnato a guidarla un pochino, adesso devo ancora imparare la direzione, però un pochino ho imparato. Il nonno mi ha insegnato a fare un sacco di nodi. Siamo nipoti di gente di mare noi, è mica facile abbandonare la tradizione. Probabilmente noi siamo le prime femmine della storia che la guidano. Perché comunque portare avanti la barca non è una cosa solo maschile, è anche femminile.
Odmah od početka revitalizacije krenuli smo i sa školom jedranja u Gajeti, u kojoj ne stvaramo olimpijske pobjednike, ali stvaramo ljude koji znaju koristiti taj tradicionalni drveni brod, znaju opremu, uče leksik, termine, kako se zovu dijelovi broda, dijelovi jedra, čvorove, uplitanje konopa i svega onoga što je potrebno za održavanje tog broda. Η Μεσόγειος είναι μια θάλασσα με μεγάλη ποικιλία στο φυσικό της περιβάλλον. Η ναυσιπλοεία επηρεάστηκε σημαντικά από την αρχαιότητα μέχρι σήμερα από αυτήν την ποικιλομορφία. Αναπτύχθηκε μια εντυπωσιακή τυπολογία ιστιοφόρων πλοίων, επηρεασμένη όχι μόνο από το φυσικό περιβάλλον, αλλά και από τις χρήσεις όπως το εμπόριο, την αλληλεία, τον πόλεμο και την πειρατεία. Σήμερα νέες χρήσεις όπως είναι ο τουρισμός και η αναψυχή επηρεάζουν τη μορφή και την τυπολογία των ιστιοφόρων στην εποχή μας. Ιδιαίτερα τα λατίνια χρησιμοποιήθηκαν σε πολλές περιοχές και με παραλλαγές από την αρχαιότητα μέχρι σήμερα. Είναι τύποι πανιών που προέρχονται από την αρχαία ναυτική παράδοση και αντιπροσωπεύουν την ναυτική ζωή της Μεσογείου.
Eh bien, la voile latine, vous le savez, est une évolution de la voile carrée en Méditerranée. Elle a plus de 2000 ans d'existence.
J'ai appris à naviguer sur le tas. On peut dire comme ça parce que dans ce temps-là, tous les bateaux devaient avoir un mouche et un novice. Donc, on n'avait pas le choix. N'ayant pas été à l'école, on n'avait pas le choix que d'être pêcheur. Donc voilà, j'ai été...
À l'âge tu as commencé?
J'ai commencé officieusement à 10 et officiellement à 14 ans. C'est marqué dans mon fascicule. Voilà.
El món de la Cristabel al final es trobem en una zona que diguem-ne tota la península, tot el Mediterrani té història, tant de la pesca, tant de la gent que tenia una barqueta de la família o 4 amics que feien la seva barqueta i la tenien mantenida, sortien a navegar, a pescar, i crec que és part de la nostra història i aportava uns valors i unes aptituds que avui dia des del meu punt de vista s'estan perdent i això és una forma de mantenir-lo i de crear cap al futur de que podem seguir tenint aquesta tradició.
La maquette du Saint-Charles, qui est une galère de guerre du duc de Savoie. Ces galères ont amené les voiles latines au début du XIIIe siècle sur le Lono, puis pendant 4 siècles, elles se sont cotonnées à un usage militaire. Et puis, en 1671, l'Eurodotal, qui est un charpentier naval de Nice, est mandaté par le duc de Savoie pour lui reconstruire une flotte de guerre et construire Saint-Charles. Et puis 20 ans après, en 1691, l'Eurodotal construit la première barque du Léman à Morges. Et ce bateau est révolutionnaire parce qu'il est pratique pour les marchands, parce qu'on a un boom de construction des villes et les barques vont amener les matériaux de construction.
Le vele al terzo, che sono quelle vele che si usano nell'Adriatico settentrionale, che sono vele che sono sempre colorate, che hanno dei simboli, eccetera.
Perché ogni famiglia di marinai ex-Adriatico che andavano a vela avevano una vela con un segno particolare di riconoscimento.
Le vele al terzo le tingiamo con delle terre d'ossido, che sono colori naturali.
Questa regata celebra da sempre il mare. La nostra regata ha un ruolo centrale nell'Alto Adriatico perché riesce a accomunare un po' tutte le realtà che si dedicano alla tutela delle barche tradizionali, delle vele tradizionali, quindi a partire da Cesenatico, Venezia, Grado, Trieste, Pirano, Rovigno, quindi Pola, Fasana e anche dell'area quarnerina.
Per tant, durant aquests anys, 70 i 80, hi ha un forat. A partir dels 90 hi ha una sèrie de subvencions, hi ha una mica de sensibilització. A poc a poc, la societat, la gent torna cap a la pràctica de la llatina. Primer, a través de la competició, que és una fórmula que ha funcionat molt d'anys, és a dir, utilitzar les regates com a ganxa per dur gent a l'aparell, i això és restauració de barques, i això als anys 90-91 se va disparar i va començar a donar un bon resultat fins pràcticament ara.
Està tenint ara un boom. S'està començant a sortir molt amb la llatina, fins i tot hi ha gent jove que ja està fent de la llatina i que està resurgint.
Nalazili smo se na regati Trinskih barki na jedra koji su zapravo jedan dio te revitalizacije, jer jedno ih je trebalo obnoviti, jedno treba imati umjeće održavanja njih, a s druge strane treba imati umjeće veslanja, jedrenja s tradicijskim barkama, što je vrlo važno da se sačuva to kao nematerijalna baština. Dans notre passion, en fait, c'est de transmettre justement ce gréement-là et l'amènement de ce gréement. Et on a mis, je crois, on fait en fin de septembre la 13e édition d'une formation à la voile latine.
Les activités de la demoiselle, qui est aussi la barque des enfants, c'est de promouvoir des camps pour les enfants, afin de permettre à ces enfants de vivre sur l'eau, d'apprendre à naviguer avec nos voiles, d'apprendre les nœuds. Après, est-ce que ça va donner des marins? Je ne sais pas. Mais sur le moment, c'est vrai qu'ils ressortent avec des étoiles dans les yeux.
As you may see, it was difficult to put together the many different files and the many different videos from our communities, but as the requirement of UNESCO is to really give voices to the communities, I think at the end it turned out a nice video covering 6 countries. It's again quite difficult. Each had to have at least 2 minutes, so hopefully we convey the right message. So I leave the floor, Davide, to you and to actually to all of you, maybe to discuss and to see if there are any questions. Of course, this is a long process, but I think that a huge step was made, and I thank all of colleagues who participated and wish us more luck in the future.
Sì, questo, come ha spiegato bene Tabara, è stato un lavoro che è iniziato dentro la nostra associazione, quindi credo che dobbiamo essere orgogliosi di questo progetto, perché a volte le cose che facciamo si scontrano spesso con ognuno di noi nel nostro lavoro. Adesso, soprattutto negli ultimi anni, deve affrontare un sovraccarico, soprattutto dal punto di vista degli adempimenti amministrativi, burocratici, rimane poco spazio per la sostanza del lavoro. E tante cose, tanti bei progetti che abbiamo a volte si sfumano, no? Questo invece è un progetto che è andato avanti, anche perché poi ha avuto anche tutta una sua complessità del lavoro. Io infatti voglio ringraziare soprattutto Tamara e tutte le colleghe croate, che la Croazia è stata il paese che ha portato avanti questa cosa, quindi in qualche modo il grosso del lavoro l'hanno fatto loro. E quindi questo è sicuramente una soddisfazione, vedere finalmente il video. Io mi ricordo quando a Barcellona abbiamo visto il video dei muretti a secco, che era stato per noi l'esempio, e direi che abbiamo fatto una cosa che ci assomiglia molto, ecco. No, adesso invece la domanda che faccio è: che cosa facciamo adesso, no? Nel senso che io posso parlare solamente per la parte italiana, dove c'è stato un lavoro molto difficile per mettere insieme l'anima della vela latina, che è molto numerosa ma è molto sparsa dal punto di vista territoriale, e l'anima della vela al terzo, che è quella che io conosco meglio, che è un po' meno numerosa forse, ma non tanto, ma che ha dei luoghi di aggregazione molto importanti, come sono la Romagna e soprattutto Venezia. E quindi noi in questi 2 o 3 anni, in cui io veramente ho fatto una fatica molto grande per coordinare queste realtà molto diverse, dove ognuno poi, sai, questo è un mondo di associazionismo dove ognuno giustamente ci tiene a volere anche diventare il protagonista, e quindi c'erano anche delle problematiche tra associazioni, eccetera. Io ho dovuto anche fare proprio quello che doveva blandire ognuno: ma sì, tu sei stato il primo, tu sei bravissimo, eccetera. Per cui però alla fine di questo lavoro, grazie anche a strumenti banali ma importanti come il gruppo WhatsApp, mandare le mail a tutti, abbiamo fatto una piccola rete. Adesso che noi abbiamo fatto questa piccola rete, la domanda che io faccio a te, perché sei la persona che ha seguito anche altri di questi progetti e ci può spiegare che cosa succede, è: prima della effettiva iscrizione e dopo dell'effettiva iscrizione, noi che cosa dobbiamo fare praticamente, e come l'associazione, la AMMM, che è un gruppo di lavoro al di là dell'aspetto formale, AMMM è comunque un network, e quindi che cosa può continuare a dare per questo processo di candidatura? Poi se anche voi avete domande fatele, ma intanto... Scusa, io ho fatto la domanda in italiano, ma tu se vuoi dirlo scegli tu, in italiano, inglese.
Ma allora parlo da qua. No, grazie della domanda, perché era anche importante spiegare che siccome Croazia praticamente ha fatto il lead e ha portato avanti tutta la burocrazia, anche se ogni Stato ovviamente ha dovuto fare la sua parte, la politica croata è di non parlare della nominazione affinché questa sia completata tecnicamente dall'UNESCO. Dall'altro lato sappiamo che con l'Italia voi siete già andati avanti con la promozione e così via, quindi già qui abbiamo un piccolo, non direi problema, però da parte nostra noi dobbiamo aspettare, e quindi anche questo che sto dicendo lo dico così, tra noi, tra membri, no? Ogni Stato partecipante a questa nominazione ha dovuto registrare o inserire la navigazione a livello nazionale, quindi tutti noi a livello nazionale abbiamo la vela al terzo o latina o entrambi inserite nei registri, quindi già questo ci permette di lavorare non importa se l'UNESCO c'è o non c'è. Però usare il logo dell'UNESCO e cose così ovviamente non si possono fare. Siccome la nostra rete è già attiva da 30 anni, il tema della navigazione con vela latina dal terzo già da 10 anni, quindi niente ci impedisce di continuare questo lavoro e di ogni anno fare dei discorsi, delle attività insieme, però sicuramente una cosa ufficiale sarà possibile probabilmente appena nel 27, perché è un processo abbastanza lungo che quest'anno non è cominciato, siccome c'erano tante nominazioni, comincerà probabilmente l'evaluazione nel 26 e nel 27 speriamo che avremo la iscrizione. Quello che vorrei sottolineare è l'importanza della AMMM Forum, perché è già una rete molto strutturata, una rete che va al di là dei 6 stati che sono entrati nella prima fase, perché questo non impedisce agli altri stati di nominare la loro pratica e di unirsi a questa nominazione nel futuro, quindi ci dà anche una piattaforma per sviluppare avanti la nominazione. Direi solo che conosco pratiche come la dieta mediterranea, i muri a secco, così via, che sono praticamente uguali a quello che abbiamo fatto noi con la vela al terzo e latina, che qualche volta si trovano anche in difficoltà di continuare questo lavoro a livello internazionale, perché una cosa quando tu come Italia, Croazia o Spagna hai un elemento nella lista e lavori a livello nazionale, è un'altra cosa quando devi coinvolgere 6 stati, con i ministeri, con tutti i partecipanti, quindi è un lavoro molto duro, però che penso che ci darà anche uno spunto, una motivazione in più di continuare il nostro lavoro e ci aprirà altre opportunità a tutti noi nel forum.
Yeah, in
Sorry.
English, yeah.
Sorry, yes, I'm very sorry. So I would just like to say that the nomination process the evaluation process will probably start next year because of the high number of nominations that were received this year. So we hope for an inscription in 27. The possibility that opens is to other states outside of these 6 that were initially participating, so also for Turkey, also for Slovenia, if of course they have the practice living. This is very important, not to have it in archives, but really have a community of practitioners, and that the AMM Forum, our forum, can really play a crucial role in the future of this coordination, because we know with other nominations that it has been very difficult sometimes to keep this nomination, this process alive in the coming years, because once you are in the list, people just start to think about it. They are very active until they come to the UNESCO list, but then they very often tend to stop. I really hope that this won't happen with our community, with our network, and that we can, and of course I open the floor also for you to hear your reflections, whether the forum can be one of the many activities that can support also this nomination. So practically to host yearly 2 or 3 hours of meetings with ministries and with other stakeholders present in this nomination. So this is, I would say, the minimum that could be done, if not even some more activities.
I think it is important since now to work about communication, also in order to give motivation to our administrators, people, majors, that UNESCO is a magic word for them, no? So until we will have the formal inscription, I sent, for example, in Italy, because my Minister of Culture, my office, UNESCO, in March gave out a press release. So I sent to all associations and communities sailing with Alterzo and Salatin Sail a draft of press release to use use to make communication, to say to local press, to majors, we are working about this. We will have the inscription, but since now we can use the magic word of UNESCO and start to communicate, and because this is the real value of the inscription, to make aware the communities about intangible heritage, about this kind particular of maritime heritage. So since now in all gatherings, regattas, to tell that this is not only a sport leisure, this is not the pleasure to sailing around with our boats, but it is a kind of safeguard maritime heritage. This can be done, I think, in all countries. I don't know that doesn't have the limitation that you have in Croatia. I don't know what is the situation in Spain, in France, in Greece. Another question. In the meantime, until 2027, maybe other countries can add, I think, to Slovenia, Turkey, or this is not complex and not...
This would be very complex at this point, because we are now already in the process, so that would mean that we need to provide another file. Okay. We need to write a new file, but once it is better to wait, once it is inscribed, then it's it's easier to have other countries on board. So, for example, you have the the hawk, the birds. It's like the largest nomination ever. I think there are like 30 or 40 countries participating, and every year someone is joining
But we must avoid the risk to go to 2035.
No. But this is something that it's just, you're on the list and every year someone joins you. It's another process. Now, I would just like to emphasize that I think that we don't need to, we can use the magic word UNESCO, and you exactly explain what is the purpose of these listings, to raise awareness of this intangible cultural heritage and to help safeguard it on local levels or regional levels, to discuss with your mayors or whoever is the decision maker, so to in a way help your local cultural policies to be stronger, to help your work, to support your work. I think this is the most important part, and of course to network and to use it as a platform really for strengthening international cooperation.
Okay. Another questions? Okay. Silvia? Thank you so much, Tamer.
Well, we are at the end of the first day of the forum. Now we are going to end this first day. Afterwards, we are going to the lifeboat station to make a guided visit, the committee executive. But before ending the first day, we want to make a tribute, an homage, as some people that have worked very much about Latin sail, restoration of vessels, advisor of our museums, and there are 4 people that we have lost them recently, and this is a tribute for them. Joaquim Pla Bartrina, impulsor de la vela llatina, fundador de l'Associació Gironina d'Amics de la Mar, Joan Santaolària, amb el vaixell Rafael amb base a Palamós, Néstor Sanchit, perdó.
I que va participar a totes les festes de la Sal, en Joan Santolària, a totes les 29 edicions que vam fer fins ara, va participar a totes.
Néstor Sanchit, conservador del museu, restaurador del bot de salvament Boera, i Eduard Carbonell, doncs, ideòleg del patrimoni cultural català i director del MENAC. Gràcies a tots ells. So we invite you to the guided visit now, and as the committee executive members are gathering the meeting here in the monastery, us convidem a la visita guiada a l'estació de salvament de nàufrags. Guardem, ens emportem totes les coses ja. It's finished for now, the first day of the forum. Thank you. Tomorrow we'll start at 9, a bit earlier, una mica abans. Sí, perdó. Si hi ha ponents, if there is any speaker that have the presentation for tomorrow,